All right, well, now we're live. Welcome everyone to the Committee on Taxation. Here to have work sessions on several bills this morning. We will start with introductions, and we'll start with, looks like Senator Libby is not with us at the moment. Senator Pouliot.
Good morning, State Senator Matt Pouliot, representing Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Bassaboro.
And Representative Bickford.
Good morning, Bruce Bickford. I represent House District 63, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Carmichael.
Good morning, Mickey Carmichael, House District 137. I represent 22 communities in the Penobscot, Washington, and Hancock County.
All right. Representative Collings is not with us at the moment. Representative Gramlich is over in another committee, so she may or may not be with us this morning. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
And Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley, where we made 100 tons worth of USDA food delivered to our residents as of yesterday.
That's great.
Great. And Representative Matlock.
Good morning. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Muscle Ridge Islands. I got to get up there and see those sometime. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Joe Perry. I represent part of Bangor and part of Orono in the main house.
And Representative Sachs.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Sachs. I proudly represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of panel. And thank you, Representative Kryzak. That's a great way to start the day.
And Representative Terry.
Good morning. I'm Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair.
And I'm Senator Ben Shipman. I serve as Senate Chair, and I represent Senate District 27, which is part of the city of Portland. We've also got Avery Page, our committee clerk, who's with us this morning, as well as Julie Jones, our committee analyst. So we're going to, do you want to do that amendment review first, Julie, or should we do that at the end? I think you're on mute. Go ahead.
You're on mute, Julie.
Sorry about that. I said either way, I can do it first or I can do it at the end, however you'd rather.
I'd say we've got everybody here right now. Now would be a good idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
why don't we do it real quick before we start? Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, let me bring it up. Are you seeing it?
No.
There we go. Okay, and this amendment was emailed to you yesterday afternoon. This is the committee amendment to LD 897, an act to protect Maine veterans from unfair consequences of tax policy. The bill itself does not actually relate to veterans, so one of the things that the amendment does is to change the title to an act to allow municipalities to set below market interest rates for senior citizen property tax deferral programs, which is a description of what the bill does. Under current law, municipalities have the option of adopting property tax deferral programs for seniors, and the statute provides for when the municipality reaches a point where the person has sold the property or has passed on, the municipality can collect, because the municipality acquires a lien on the taxes that are deferred. They can collect at that point, and the statute allows them to collect an interest rate of 0.5 percentage points, so half a percentage, above the otherwise applicable rate for delinquent taxes. What this bill does is to add in language that says, unless the municipality adopts a lower interest rate, so it permits municipalities to adopt a lower interest rate. It's an option, they can do it or not, so there's no fiscal impact, and the fiscal note indicate fiscal note not required. So there isn't one attached. That's the amendment.
Anybody have any concerns or questions?
Oh, and the language was provided by the sponsor of the bill. So the language that is in the bill now in the amendment is language that was suggested by the sponsor.
Looks like everybody's all set with the amendment. We don't see any hands up, so I guess we're good to report that out. Thanks for that, Julie. So yeah, so we'll now open up work sessions for today, and I think where the bills are very similar in one way or another to the issue of the educational opportunity tax credit. We'll open up the work session on all the bills at the same time for LD 798, LD 973, 977, 1410, and 1458. This will allow Julie to kind of walk us through all of these bills and what they do, and then we can have a discussion about them together. So take it away, Julie.
Okay. This is going to be a morning which is filled with complexity. As you've heard, the current educational opportunity tax credit is quite complex. Part of that derives from the fact that it has been changed several times over the years since it was first adopted pursuant to a people's referendum initiated bill. When the changes were made, they were usually made prospectively. So the origin of the credit goes back to 2008, would have been the first year when it could have been used. Each time changes were made along the way, they said from, if a change was made in 2013, they said from 2013 forward, these changes apply. So it gets complicated when you try to figure out what the changes are and what time period they apply under. Maine Revenue Services did a really nifty chart that shows the changes that were made over the years. I emailed that to you yesterday too, along with the bill chart summary. I'm not even going to try to go through all of those for you because my brain gets tied up in knots when I try to learn that. So I have focused instead on trying to identify what the bills before you today are doing. Maine Revenue Services could probably go through their chart for you on the current credit if you want. But otherwise, I would go through the bills now. I'll just state, first of all, that one of them, the first one, well, the lowest numbered one, Senator Pouliot's bill, replaces the current credit with a simpler version. And there are two bills that make changes to the current credit but do not replace it. And there are two bills that create separate credits which would run parallel to the education opportunity credit. So should I start going through them?
Sure, that'd be great. If you want to put the chart up for us, walk us through the chart. You should have gotten the chart from Julie on your email, but in case you don't have that in front of you, and for the public to be able to see, I guess maybe that would be good to put that up if you can.
Yes, and for members of the public, if anybody finds it easier, all the materials that I'm sharing today are on the Taxation Committee Materials webpage. There's a separate section of that page for bill charts, and it's far down because you have to scroll down through the whole list of LDs before you get there, but the charts are there if anybody wants to access them and print them off. LD 798, the first bill is, as I mentioned, the one that replaces the current educational opportunity tax credit. It's very similar to it in its replacement though, but by replacing it, it has the ability to, and has the effect of simplifying it to a great degree. So the bill replaces the current credit for tax years beginning on or after January 1st, 2022, creates a new credit for tax years beginning in 2022. The elements of the new, under the elements of the new credit, and many of these are similar to the existing credit, the taxpayer, the individual claiming the credit would need to be a Maine resident, full year, who has obtained associate, bachelor's, or graduate degree from an accredited Maine or non-Maine school. They have to work at least part-time in Maine or on a vessel at sea or be deployed for military service. The credit is not refundable. And as soon as I'm finished, Senator Pouliot can correct me. Hopefully I'm getting this all right, but the credit goes on to, description goes on to 2 pages, allows, oops, no, I'm not done with the first one yet. The calculation of the credit is different. Under this bill, the taxpayer would be eligible for a credit that's the lesser of the amount that they paid on eligible loans during the taxable year, or 15% of the outstanding eligible education loan debt on the date the first education loan payment is made after a degree is earned. So it's a percentage of the total that you owe or the amount that you pay each year. It's the lesser of those, but it's complicated. It's a little bit more complicated than what I just stated. The bill allows a credit for employers, as the current law does, but it's calculated differently as well. For the employer, it's the same 2 factors that are considered, but it's the lesser of the amount paid by the employer on behalf of a qualified employee during the taxable year, during the term of employment, or 20% of the outstanding eligible education loan debt on the date the first loan payment is made after December 31st, 2021. As the current credit, the credit is available to a spouse of an individual eligible for a credit, even if the spouse is not employed in Maine. They have to meet the other requirements of eligibility, but as long as one member of one partner in the marriage can claim the credit, the other one can as well. My screen's not moving. The income tax, the credit, the income tax, trying to do things too quickly. The bill also provides an income tax deduction, something that is not currently in law, although you had a bill to do this, I think in the 129th. There's currently a third-party lender program. I think it's usually referred to as the Alfond program, administered by FAME, where the Alfond Foundation will make payments of student loans for people who qualify directly to the lender. So the student never sees the money. However, under the way current income tax is calculated, that payment would be by the Alfond Foundation, by the third-party lender. There may be more than Alfond, I'm not sure. But the payment by the third-party lender is attributed to the person who needs to pay the loan, the person who has the loan. It's attributed to them as income, and they have to pay income tax on it. So what this would do would be to provide a deduction for that amount of money. So the taxpayer would be eligible for a credit on their own payments, but they would also not have to add back into income the payment that the third party lender is making on their behalf. It provides that the annual credit may include loan payments paid in excess of the amount during a taxable year. I'm not sure if that's the same as under current law or if that's different. And credits in excess of those that may be used during the taxable year may be carried over for the next 5 years. The bill also provides an appropriation of $75,000 to FAME to be used to market the tax credit. Maine Revenue Services has indicated in its testimony that the 15%, and I assume the 20% as well, portion of the calculation would add some complexities. And I'm not sure what other issues they may have with it as well, but that's the first bill. I don't know whether it makes sense for you to ask questions. If you just have questions about them, rather you might want to hold off your discussion until the end, but maybe questions right after I describe the bill might be better than waiting for all of them at the same time, but it's up to you.
Yeah, we can do that. Is there any questions about this bill, Senator Pouliot?
One of the things that was raised in the public hearing by MRS was the complexity of the 15% calculation. I mean, I think it would be pretty straightforward for folks to do, but if this committee feels we want to, that's how we passed it last time around. And I believe it passed unanimously in this committee and then in both the House and the Senate, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go back and look at the votes, but I mean, I'm not opposed to coming up with a flat dollar amount, though the intent really of this bill was to try to put people on a glide path to pay their student loans off within 7 years if they had the means to do so. And so if we limited the dollar amount and say somebody had 150,000 in student loans and was in some kind of a position where they could afford to do 15% of that amount per year, but we limited it at say 7,000 or something, we could be cutting folks off from utilizing those dollars to get their debt down faster. So I'm okay with it if that's the direction the committee wants to go in, to get something moved forward here to simplify this tax credit, which is incredibly complex. But I also wanted just folks to know that the intent really was to try to, when possible, not everybody's going to be able to do 15% of what their student loans are every year. I recognize that, but when possible, to get it down faster.
Representative Bickford, followed by Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, my question is, currently when a business offers to pay student loan debt off for an employee, do they get to claim that as regular business expenses? And does that change in any of these bills?
I'm going to defer to someone from Maine Revenue Services to answer that question. I'm not entirely sure how that works.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is in some cases, the employer will make the student loan payments. They won't pay it off. They'll make student loan payments for the employee as long as the employee is with that company. And I just want to know if they can take that as business deduction or if it changes at all with any of these bills. Thanks.
Ms. Popadak is here from Revenue Services. If Avery could promote her, I'm guessing she can answer this question.
Senator Chipman, I have a question for Senator Pouliot, if that's okay, while we wait for Ms. Popadak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Senator, would so this replaces what we've got right now, which is great. There's a couple of things in this bill that would take away from what's being offered at the moment. Would, beginning in 2022, there would be no grandfathering in of the former credit. Am I correct in thinking that?
Right, yeah. So if you're talking about like the refundability for STEM, I think the idea was to take that out to provide some resources to further broaden and simplify this.
Okay.
But I'm not opposed to leaving the refundability in there. My whole mindset was I didn't want to pick winners and losers. I just want folks to get rid of their student loan debt.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Ms. Popadak is with us now. If you want to, if you can, did you hear the question from Representative Bickford?
The question, I believe, was regarding the employer portion of when the employer pays some of the student loan debt. Right now, the current rule is that the expense is a deduction and the employer credit dollar for dollar credit is a credit. So it's a wonderful benefit for employers.
And
I
there's
don't know if any of these current bills, I don't remember them addressing the employer portion. I just
Okay.
remember the individual portion.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from Ms. Papadoc? Seeing none, any additional discussion on this bill, or can we let Julie walk us through the next one? Yes, we're all set, Julie, if you want to.
Yep. I'm getting up the chart.
973. Go ahead, Rep.
LD All set? LD
Yes.
9, LD 9,
Sorry, Julie, do you have a question, Representative Hanley?
Yes, Julie, I can't find this bill chart. Is there any way we can have that resent? I don't see it in my mailbox.
Maybe Avery could send it to you. Do you have that, Avery? Maybe you could send it to Representative Hanley.
Yeah, I'll take a look and send it now.
Yeah, I can do it, but I would have to shut down my screen and stop talking while I do it. If Avery can
Don't do
send
that.
it.
If Avery can do it, that would be fine. Thank you.
It's also available on the website. If you have the ability to go to the Taxation Committee website, the bill chart is there, but hopefully Avery would be able to email it to you.
I
Or
just forwarded
after,
it.
if you're going to be talking about things or discussing, I can send it at that point. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Did other people get it okay? Yesterday
No, I
afternoon?
got it. Yeah,
I got it.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure what happened then. LD 973 is Representative Wood's bill, an act regarding the educational opportunity tax credit. This is one of the bills that makes a change to the current tax credit. What it does is to provide that certain payments made outside of the tax year can be included in calculating the credit. So for the 2020 tax year, people under this bill would be, right now they can only count payments that they made during the calendar year or 2020. Under this bill, they would be able to include payments that they made for 2020, but they didn't make them until the first 3 months of this year. So if they made any payments before April 1st of 2021 that were due in tax year 2020, they would be able to claim the credit under this bill for those payments. For payments made during 2021, it would be the standard treatment of loan payments that are due in 2021. So payments that they made on those would apply in 2021. Starting for tax years beginning in 2022, the bill allows for prepayment prior to the due date on obligations for loans due that tax year. Again, I am not 100% sure what the treatment of prepayments is under the current law. Like I said, it's complicated, and I tried to get a hold of a handle on the current law myself, and I just was going absolutely crazy yesterday and decided that I was going to have to rely on Maine Revenue Services for that. The bill would also permit qualified individuals to be able to make catch-up payments in the first 2 years of their new participation in the program. So if they're new to the program under this bill, they would be able to make catch-up payments in the first 2 years of their participation and be considered eligible. These would be payments that would be in excess of amounts that would otherwise be allowed. Maine Revenue Services indicated that some provisions of this bill are not necessary and that it adds increased complexity and administrative burden. I don't know, maybe I should move on. The rest of these will not take all that as much time to talk about because they're much simpler themselves than Senator Pouliot's bills. So maybe I should just finish up the 4 quickly and leave it for you for discussions because you seem to want to discuss things as part of this as well.
Did you have something, Representative Terry?
Yeah, but I can wait. That's okay. I don't mind waiting.
Yeah, that sounds
I'll
good.
keep my hand up.
Keep going forward.
LD 977 is Representative Hepler's bill. Under current law, a person who has obtained an associate or bachelor's degree from and graduate degree, not graduate, graduates later. The current law says a person who obtained an associate or bachelor's degree from an accredited Maine or non-Maine community college after December 31st, 2015, and a person who obtained a graduate degree after 2015. I think the 2015 is wrong. I think it's 2011, 12. Heather will correct me. To be eligible for the educational opportunity credit. This bill would put that 2015 date back to 2011. So people who graduated between 2011 and 2015, some are not currently eligible for the credit because they didn't graduate during that time period. But this bill would add that time period to the individuals who would be eligible to claim the credit. LD 1410 is one of the bills that would create a parallel credit to the educational opportunity credit. It is Senator Brenner's bill, an act to incentivize the development of the labor force in the green jobs sector through assistance in repaying student loans. This bill would provide a new credit for individuals who work in the green sector or a STEM career. It provides that loans related to education are eligible for the credit. I'm not sure if this is the intent, but it does not appear to require that a person have received a degree. It appears that it would apply to student loan payments, but for instance, if the student did not graduate, the loans would appear under this bill to still be eligible for loan payment. They have to work in certain green jobs, which are defined in the bill. I can read it to you, but it was lengthy to put on the list. Or a STEM career. They have to work in one of those fields to be eligible for this credit. And they have to be working in this state. And they have to make student loan payments related to their attendance at an accredited community college, or university. The standard language under the educational opportunity credit says non-Maine, says Maine or non-Maine accredited. This just says accredited community college, but Maine and non-Maine, I don't know if there's anything other than that. So I think it's the same, it just doesn't include that terminology. The income tax credit under this bill is the lesser of the benchmark loan payment calculated by the state tax assessor. This is determined for the educational opportunity program as well, a sort of standard amount that would be paid based upon the amount of the loan or based upon the tuition at the institution. I can see this is why I'm not trying to tell you what current law is, but the taxpayer's monthly loan payment, the credit is the lesser of the benchmark loan payment or the taxpayer's monthly loan payment multiplied by the number of months during the year that the taxpayer made loan payments. So if they only made payments for 9 months, they'd have 9 months worth of payments, worth of credit to go into the calculation. The income tax credit, this income tax credit is refundable to the extent that the taxpayer's loans were part of a financial aid package to obtain or attempt to obtain an associate, bachelor's, or graduate degree from an accredited institution. Maine Revenue Services has technical concerns. I think pretty much all these bills that would be true. LD 1458 is Representative Babbage's bill, which also provides a separate credit. Oh, I should mention under Senator Brenner's bill that it doesn't really, it doesn't mention any interaction with the educational opportunity credit. So it appears that both credits could be available. Again, I don't know if this is the sponsor's intent, but that's the way it looks to me as I read the bill. Representative Babbage's bill, on the other hand, although it proposes a new credit, would provide that the taxpayer could claim either the educational opportunity credit or the credit under his bill, but not both. So this bill creates a new refundable income tax credit of up to $1,000 per year for eligible individuals. If the individual is employed in Maine for at least 4 months of the year, the credit is first claimed, and every month of the year for subsequent years. They move to Maine and they're here for 4 months, they can claim it during that year, but every other year they have to be a resident for the full year. An eligible individual is a resident individual who has received a degree, so degree is required under this clearly, from an accredited Maine or non-Maine institution. The credit is equal to the lesser of 50% of the loan payments actually made by the taxpayer, or 50% of the liability, the tax liability of the taxpayer during the year in which the credit is claimed. The 50% is in the first year. The percentage goes down each year until it reaches 10% of income tax liability in the 5th and final year in which the credit is claimed. So it's a different calculation. The credit may also not exceed 50% of the individual's outstanding student loan debt, and I mentioned before, may not be claimed if the individual claims the credit for educational opportunity. That's it.
Representative Terry.
So Julie, I think you may be able to answer this, but maybe Ms. Papadoc is the person to answer. Going back to, let's see, Representative Wood's bill, which was, let's see, 973. I think I'm getting this, that this is essentially asking for an extra credit, essentially, once payments are starting to be made again after perhaps postponing paying the bills. And I wonder if the postponement was from COVID. I know my daughter got her loans automatically deferred for 6 months because of the pandemic. And I wonder if that's what this is getting to. And
it may be, but the bill does not mention COVID in any way. It simply mentions the dates.
Okay. Just feels like it.
Avery, could you allow Representative Wood to come in? I believe she's in the waiting room. And if Representative Babbage, Kepler, or Senator Brenner are also there, if you could let any of them in as well, in case they have any additional information to provide about their bills, any questions that we might have of them as sponsors. See Representative Woods here. Did you have any additional information, Representative Wood, or anything you wanted to mention to us about your bill?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think, Representative Terry, what you were saying is correct in intent. And it's true that we didn't specifically mention COVID, but we did talk about for the year 2020 and 2021, assuming that the pandemic would be over by the end of 2021. And so that was the intent. But when it was brought to me, I was surprised that the way the program is set up is that people had to make a monthly payment to get the credit. And the constituents that met with me said that obviously because of COVID right now, they had to move in with their parents, they lost their job, they couldn't continue to make the monthly payments. But by the time the end of the year came, because they had moved home and they had saved some money, they were able to make a lump payment. but it didn't qualify them for the program as written because the program required a monthly payment. So even though they could pay the same amount of money in a lump, it didn't work. Since the bill was put in, there has been a change made for 2020, but not for 2021. And my point with the bill when I dug into it was, do we really care whether they make a prepayment or a catch-up payment? As long as at the end of the year, they're paying the same amount of money, why does it have to be paid every month rather than in a lump? So that was my intent. My constituents' intent was about COVID.
And follow up, Mr. Chair, and maybe bring Senator Pouliot in on this. Does that sort of work with the additional 15% that you were talking about earlier? Does that sort of fill the same gap, do you think?
I don't know. You have to ask.
Yeah, I think Senator Pouliot might be able to answer that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I actually like Representative Wood's bill, in terms of, adding or addressing the issue of payment installments, whether someone makes monthly payments or a lump sum, as long as they made it within the tax year, I don't think it really matters. It's just the same as somebody making an expenditure at the end of the year because their accountant said, hey, you're going to get a big tax bill. You might want to go, buy a piece of equipment for your business or something, and they get a credit for it. They didn't have to make payments for it over the course of the year. So I would be pleased to incorporate that into whatever legislative vehicle, we decide to move forward with, because I believe that it's in the interest of simplifying the credit and making it more user-friendly, which is a pinnacle to the state's 10-year strategic plan as outlined by the MRS.
Yeah. Okay. That's awesome. That's very, very, very helpful. Thank you.
You just mentioned, Senator Pouliot, about whatever vehicle we decide to use. Is it the feeling of committee members that we should kind of coalesce around one bill? To try to incorporate all the ideas into one bill?
I mean, personally, I'm biased on which vehicle I think we should use because we've vetted it once already as a committee and as a full legislature. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other good ideas that could be incorporated. I just think whatever we do, whether it's my bill or a different one, that we work to achieve the goal of reducing administrative burden for MRS and simplifying the credit for people. Because when Representative Sachs asked me, does this mean I would qualify? We should be able to give people a straight answer, and right now it's like, I don't know, look at this chart that we got yesterday from Julie. It's pretty complex.
Yeah, that's Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have to say, and I know because I've had the opportunity to work with Senator Pouliot for the last few years, how much of a passion project this is for him, and how deep he's been in to this particular issue. I wonder if we could hear from MRS about perhaps working with Senator Pouliot and the state strategic plan in making sure that we can incorporate all of the things that we've heard about in the last week. And I think, again, we'll have one more education opportunity credit that we have yet to see. If perhaps Dr. Allen, you might have some thoughts on kind of putting this all together and making a better, easier tax credit for former students with one bill out of all of the bunch of these.
So good morning. I had to step away for a minute, so I'm sorry. I mean,
did you hear everything?
Not everything. I just caught the last part of your statement, Representative Terry. Is the question what we think or what we're looking at, or?
Yes, so I understand that making this credit easier, better faster, bionic, is a goal of MRS and of the administration with the strategic plan. I know it's part of the
Correct.
plan. And I wonder, with all of the bills that we've seen, all of the great ideas that we've seen with the education opportunity tax credit that have come in, not just this year, but over the course of several years, if there's a way to kind of lay all of this on the table and with one of these bills make a new, well, maybe not new, but improved credit that works for everybody, or at least nearly everybody that is asking for it.
Well, that is the objective. It is, as you mentioned, the education opportunity tax credit is part of the governor's 10-year strategic plan. And the goal was to work with the Department of Economic and Community Development last year and to develop, update the credit based on a lot of the work that this committee has been doing on the Opportunity Main credit. Unfortunately, the pandemic got in the way, and DECD in particular is not a large organization and has been working extremely hard to work through the pandemic. So I think the objective now is to work over this summer and fall to have the administration put something before the legislature. And we would certainly use the bills that came before you this session. The other thing I would just add is that it is very complex, as you well know, and as Julie's just explained to you. But I think the last year has exposed it even more as far as how complex it is. Just the fact that, the federal government had, in many cases, automatically put people into deferment, had created problems that the administration had to correct. The fact that a lot of people lost their work during the pandemic because, the government was shutting things down to control the pandemic. As you know, you actually passed a law that allowed for the 2020 tax year, anybody that lost their job to continue to take the credit if they were making payments during the year. Education has been and continues to be modernizing, just as the rest of the economy is, and the complexity of the credit can't possibly keep up with what education is doing, higher ed is doing. And so I think we've kind of moved to even more in the direction of simplicity. The simpler you can keep this, the more flexible this credit's going to be as the economy changes and as higher ed changes. We're getting, Heather can tell you much better than I can, but the types of degrees that are being offered now, the ability to make a distinction between STEM degrees and non-STEM degrees is becoming much more blurred. Higher ed is offering 5-year degrees. So I go somewhere for 5 years. I get the equivalent of an undergrad degree, but I'm really graduating with a master's degree in something. How is that individual treated for student loans to somebody that went in 4 years, got a bachelor's degree, and then went 1 year and got a graduate degree? It's just all changed. Remote education is changing. It's just, and so it really has to be stripped down, in my opinion, to something just very simple and straightforward, because we're just going to keep on getting ourselves wrapped up in the complexity of it as the economy modernizes and higher ed modernizes.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. In a conversation this morning, I know Ms. Fundy isn't with us now, but she had kind of alluded to that she was going to be working with you to kind of really dig into this particular issue, this credit, and the pandemic hit and that work wasn't able to happen, but there's strong interest on her part in doing that this summer and this fall, of digging in and really coming up with something that works a lot better, that's simpler and easier to understand for people. because of all the complexities that we've heard around this. And is that's your, it sounds like that's your understanding too, that we'd welcome the opportunity to work together with DAFT over the summer and fall to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Great. Senator Pouliot, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Just two things. First, I think that, I mentioned this already, but Representative Wood's piece about the lump sum, we ought to figure out a way to incorporate that in, because I do think it makes it even simpler. The second thing I would say, and this relates to all the bills that we're discussing, because what's happened is the EOTC has been used to try to create like carrots for certain kind of directions that we want to go in as a state. Like, for instance, the LePage administration really wanted to emphasize STEM. So they worked with Senator Volk at the time, or she might have been Representative Volk at the time, to try to like amend language so that we were incentivizing STEM degrees, because we were being told we needed more STEM, graduates. And then I look at like Senator Brenner's bill, for instance, we want more folks working in the green industries. I'm supportive of renewables. I have a big weatherization bond proposal that's going to need people working in those fields to kind of like get things done. I know hers is actually, I think, more about farming and so forth. But anyway, my point is that it just gets super complicated when we try to pick winners and losers, which I understand the intent of, because we're trying to incentivize certain things, but then we kind of like lose the forest for the trees. So I think that, if we were to look at putting a cap on, as MRS wanted, instead of doing percentages, if you looked at, $100,000 in student loan debt on graduation, 15% of that would be 15,000. Maybe we decide as a committee to try to simplify this and make it even easier to do a potential fiscal note, meaning if everybody maxed out, then we would pick, maybe 15,000 as a cap. Again, the only way that we kind of lose out on that is if somebody had more than, $100,000 in student loan debt, they'd be capped out. So, I do think that the reason why the bill summary was so long is because we've gone around the barn a bunch of times on this, because it's been through the process. So in fairness to the other people who have proposed changes here, some for the first time to EOTC, I don't claim to be any kind of expert, but this bill is a function of a lot of input from a lot of interested parties over a number of years. And it always seems to get good support, and then it dies in apropes. And so I'm kind of hopeful that this session, with some resources we could get it off the ground. But anyway, I said a lot to essentially say that the more we try to pick different things to put in here, the more complicated it gets, which makes MRS a difficult job and doesn't really achieve our goal of simplifying it.
Representative Terry.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senator Pouliot, I hear you and feel you with the simplicity of this. Would you be comfortable with having a discussion with all interested parties? Because again, I know the work that you've put into this. I know the work that MRS has put into this. I know all of the work that you have done to make this as simple as possible. Would you be comfortable having a conversation with Representatives Hepler, Wood, and Babbage, and Senator Brenner, and then again, we have one more coming through, to discuss and see what their ideas are and what their priorities are, and maybe coming up with a way to either include or maybe not include those ideas, but make it so it's something that that MRS can easily administer, that taxpayers can easily understand. Are you willing to have conversations with those folks if we were to go with your bill on this and push it through to the end, and obviously give you as much time as you need to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want, folks to have buy-in to this as well. And the downside of going with my bill is that it, kind of could be seen as not supporting the other ones. I do. It's just, I'm not ever the smartest person in the room. I'm sure the other sponsors of these other bills have great ideas. And if we can incorporate those in while at the same time simplifying, then sure, why not? I do want to share with you that I have reservations about the ability to do it and simplify it. They kind of, the more you add in, the less simple it gets. But, you know, like Representative Wood had a great idea about, you know, let's allow for lump sum, and perhaps there's a way to do things like that with these others. I do think one of the things that's going to come up, like from Representative Babbage's bill, there's the refundability piece in there. And I know that folks were really frustrated last time when we got rid of the refundability for STEM, because they felt like it was pulling the rug out from under them. And I feel like we might have even put a sunset in so that there was a glide slope for the removal of the refundability.
Yeah.
But I know that you know, putting in refundability then makes it a little bit more difficult to, or could make it more difficult to do a fiscal note, unless, especially if we have a cap of 15,000 and they only made like $4,000 in student loan payments, then, you know, that's a lot of extra money going back to folks if there wasn't debt reduction. So anyway, I'm definitely open to that, Representative Terry. And if that's the direction that we'd like to go in, and we want to put together a little steering committee or whatever, I'm happy to be part of that.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pouliot. Yeah, you just touched on something that's important to me, and that's the refundability, you know, and not taking that away from STEM, but rather with the extra resources that we see the state having these days into the future, perhaps with increased revenue projections that we're seeing, of maybe expanding refundability to everybody, so it's not just STEM. That would be something I'd like to see us try to do if we can. Representative Babbage, you have something for us?
Yes, am I on? Yes. Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to explain that I'm extremely supportive of simplifying the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit and the work that Representative Pouliot has done and all of the other sponsors. So I think we're all on the same page as wanting to go forward and to make something happen to make it easier that would benefit the state. I also want to thank Julie Jones for working with me over the last couple of years in putting together these ideas and the wording and so forth. But I do want to, I think the committee wants to, I don't know if Representative Brenner's bill is different enough, but I wanted to just explain where I came from with this, and you may want to, decide to embrace or dismiss this as a separate entity, because when I was looking to attract qualified workers to the workforce in Maine, and I looked at the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit, I saw that it emphasized STEM. This is my initial look. I saw that recent grads qualified, which was too restrictive for what I was trying to address. And I saw the complexity of the bill. So I saw it as a great thing, but I was trying to go beyond that and actually add a separate carrot, so that if somebody were coming into the, looking to come to Maine, or deciding whether or not to stay in Maine, and they said, okay, the state of Maine really wants to help me. They've got this Educational Opportunity Tax Credit, and they also have this welcome home tax, or whatever mine might be under, in order to provide an eligibility that may not have existed with the EOTC. So it was identified as a separate carrot. I tried to make it as fiscally responsible as possible, because I am expanding the eligibility, and that those fiscal concerns was that we would never grant a tax greater than the amount of tax actually paid to the state of Maine. In other words, it would only equal up to 50% of the tax liability for the year. And there were other parts of that, and of course I capped it at 1,000, and I did not make it refundable. those are all fiscal concerns. I know that the Maine Center for Economic Policy thought the refundability aspect of that was kind of important for those people that had significant debt but didn't really pay very much in taxes. So I understand that, and you know, you can include refundability if you wanted to expand on the bill, or you could make it in addition to the educational opportunity tax credit as or you could incorporate it. Or if you wanted to make it more fiscally, restrictive, then you could restrict the qualifiers, or as Representative Pouliot mentioned, offer a sunset, or you could incorporate it into the bill for the employer match kind of thing to have employers more involved, because this particular proposal is really merely an individual tax credit without required employer involvement. But that's also not a benefit to the employer, so you can make it that. So I'm trying to address a need to keep people here and to get people here in order to address our workforce needs that we have and community needs. But the EOTC is still a great vehicle to do that, and I'll be very supportive of anything we do in that regard. I'm not sure, because mine was kind of an innovative way of offering something in addition or as a separate option. I figured that I didn't want somebody taking advantage of it for 5 years and then saying, "Oh, I'm losing a significant tax benefit here. So do we want to think about relocating out of state?" So I didn't have a cliff. I had it declining. But my proposal is really quite modest in that the maximum that could ever be credited as far as a tax over 5 years would be $5,000. And it's more likely to be in the 3,600 range for most creditors. So mine is a modest proposal, but it was really designed to be kind of an additional incentive. So I'm not sure how that would incorporate in. So, but whatever this committee decides to do, I appreciate all efforts in expanding the ability of folks to see the incentive that Maine is offering in order for them to come here or stay here. Appreciate it.
Representative Hepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to this committee for working on this. I was just going to say I welcome the idea of working on some sort of steering committee or whatever you want to call it to work with Senator Pouliot, Representative Wood, Representative Babbage, and Senator Brenner. My attempt at simplicity, which of course was not. It was just one small piece of it, was just to allow not just attracting new people here, but to allow people who have already been here for a while to newly take advantage of it. So thanks for your work on this, and I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Great, thank you. And Julie, you have something for us?
I just wanted to mention the sixth bill in this area was actually just printed yesterday. It is LD 1667, an act to extend the educational opportunity tax credit to Maine workers who have earned certificates from accredited institutions as opposed to degrees. And it is sponsored by Representative Sheehan. If a group is going to be working on things, then she would be the person on the sixth bill.
Okay, excellent. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be very much in favor of us taking LD 798 and letting the folks work together on compromises and getting 798 through. I know Senator Pouliot has worked on this for years, quite often getting through the finish line and then not making it through appropriations. So I would like to see us possibly think about tabling 798 and voting out not to pass on the others. and get them working together to bring us back 798 in a working form.
And Representative Bickford, and others, I mean, is there interest in maybe carrying over 798? Because it sounds like the department and DECD would want to work on this over the summer and fall, as opposed to trying to scramble to get something ready before we would adjourn the spring.
If Senator Pouliot's good with that, I'm good with that. I get concerned that every year we push something off, as we have with other bills. You know, I think it pushes us further away from increasing. I mean, Maine needs population. We need people moving to Maine. We need people that have degrees moving to Maine.
Yeah, I understand that, Representative Bickford, but in a conversation with Anya Trundy this morning from DECD, you know, she'd expressed interest in having time this summer and fall to really dig in and do the work that Dr. Allen had mentioned that they wanted to do last year that weren't able to do on this. And so it doesn't seem like they'd be able to do all that before we adjourn and get something ready that they would be. I mean, we definitely want the department, DECD and MRS to be supportive of whatever we come up with, so that we have a better shot of, you know, getting it through probes, having the governor's support and everything. So, I mean, I think that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if they are all agreeing to that, if they think that that's a worthwhile way to do it, then I'm certainly in favor of that. Yes.
Okay. Senator Pouliot and then Representative Terry.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to putting that together and doing something. I mean, I've always loathed, like, you know, task forces in the legislature and stuff, because we all want to do the right thing, but then it ultimately comes down to a vote, you know, and we either have to do it or not. It's like the Blue Ribbon Commission on Transportation. So I do think, though, that if DECD or MRS has, you know, concerns that were not addressed by the legislation so far to date, you know, that we ought to make sure that there is buy-in. You know, somehow we're going to have to address the funding for this, and you know, if we put in a supplemental proposal this session, and then, you know, the governor vetoes it, you know, that wouldn't be great. So I don't want to like rush things, but I also know that, you know, there might be an opportunity for us to not have to carry this over, but rather use the next, you know, 6 weeks to form a group, set up a meeting with Commissioner Johnson and perhaps Mike Allen, and just hammer some things out and vote on a bill this session. So I'd be more in favor of maybe tabling it now, establishing who's going to be part of this group. It doesn't matter to me who's part of it. It makes sense. There seems to be a broad array from those folks who had offered bills, and certainly they're passionate about the content area if they put a legislation in around it. So maybe we can get together, you know, with MRS and DCD without having to go through the whole summer, because, you know, once we get out and it's nice out in Maine, people want to go fishing into the beach and stuff, not work on some task force in August, you know. So I say we just do it now.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess I would just, you know, suggest that the sponsors of all of these bills we're talking about today, plus the one that we still have to take up, and DECD and MRS, all be part of whatever working group that there is, whether it's over the next 6 weeks or over the summer. I mean, I'm fine with tabling for now, and we can see what happens over the next few weeks. Maybe some miracles can happen and something can be done in time to act this session, but if not, we could, you know, always carry it over, I guess. But
yeah, well, I mean, if the committee decides to table the bill today, again, I'm fine with that. And I would, you know, I would begin this afternoon with trying to establish a meeting with DECD and MRS to just, I mean, Heather's great. She's very responsive and her team's great. I don't see this taking a long time, you know. And if we get to the end of session and we haven't gotten agreement on stuff, then at that point we could vote as a committee, I suppose, to carry over, you know.
And you'd also include Ms. Trundy?
Mrs. Trundy from MRS, yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we are just tabling things right now. We're not carrying anything over. We sort of made a decision a couple of weeks ago that we were gonna table everything and then look at our list at the end of the session. So I think Senator Pouliot has it in him to have this done by the end of our session. We don't have quite 6 weeks, Senator, just so you know, but we do have we do have a little bit of time, and I know that you can get it done. I think you are a great advocate for this. So,
But in terms of what we do as a committee, I mean, we haven't even
definitely have to see it again. Yeah.
normally changed the deadline of May 7th to vote on all the bills in the committee, which is Friday. So, they're going to change that, but we really don't. We only have probably just a couple of weeks to dispose of all of our bills. So, I mean, if something can happen in the next couple of weeks, but otherwise we have to vote on it one way or another if we're going to, carry it over or not at the end of that, whatever that next deadline is that they set for us. So it's definitely not going to be 6 weeks though. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good idea for us to table this for now and ask Senator Pouliot to get together with the other sponsors as well as DCD and MRS. And so I'm going to make a motion now to table.
Second.
So the motion made by Representative Bickford, table LD 798, seconded by Representative Carey. That's non-debatable. All those in favor, please signify. That appears to be unanimous of all members present. Let us know when you're all set, Avery.
If I could just poke in here, if Senator Pouliot, if you could include Julie in these conversations in order for speed, so she can pretty much write down everything that you're saying.
Yeah. So I had
not everything, not everything.
Yeah, I had on my list Ms. Trundy from MRS, Commissioner Johnson, our designee from DCD, and then Representative Babbage, Representative Wood, Senator Brenner, Representative Hepler, and Julie. And then just see if I can get somebody also from the governor's office to join us as well.
If I could recommend reaching out to Representative Sheehan as well.
Yeah.
She's got another one that's similar that we just got it.
Yeah, sure.
So we don't even have it on the schedule yet, I don't think.
All right, so that bill is tabled. Well, now we've got still 3 or 4 other bills here in front of us. Would someone like to make a motion on any of the other bills, or is there further discussion?
I'd like to make a motion ought not to pass on 973.
So the motion made by Representative Hanley of ought not to pass on LD 793.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Bickford. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify. So that appears to be unanimous of all members present.
Just want to make sure I have everyone. For those supporting the ought not to pass motion for 973, I have Senators Chipman and Pouliot, Representatives Terry, Perry, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael.
I believe that's
Did
correct.
you say Matlack also?
And Matlack.
So we'll close the work session on LD 973. So we're still in work session on LD 977, 1410, and 1458.
Mr. Chair.
Make a motion if I may.
Is that you, Representative Hanley? Representative Hanley, did you say something? I guess not. Any further discussion on these 3 bills?
Yeah. Senator Chipman, I make a motion ought not to pass on LD 977. Is that the number?
That's the one of them, yep.
Yes.
We have a motion on,
Yes.
made by Representative Bickford of ought not to pass on LD 977.
And second.
Your second, seconded by Representative Terry. Further discussion?
Mr.
Seeing
Chairman,
none, all those in favor? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I lost all my audio there for a while. What is the motion?
The motion of ought not to pass on LD 977.
Hold it. Say that again, would you please?
We have a motion of ought not to pass on LD 977.
Thank you.
Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify. So that also appears to be unanimous of all members present.
Got it. Thank
So we'll now close the work session on LD 977. We're still in work session on LD 1410 and 1458.
Mr. Chair,
Let's go ahead and conduct it.
I make a motion ought not to pass on LD 1410.
Is there a second?
Senator, if I may,
I'll second it.
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Senator Brenner has joined us. I don't know if she's got anything additional to add.
Welcome, Senator Brenner. So just to bring you up to speed, we've had quite a discussion on all of these bills, and basically the committee's kind of come around to the idea of getting behind one bill and not passing it today, but actually forming a working group of the sponsors of all of the bills, working together with Senator Pouliot and the MRS and DECD and someone from the governor's office, as well as our analyst, to come up with something that's simpler, easier to understand, and more workable around the education opportunity tax credit. And then coming back to this committee either in the next couple of weeks before we wrap up our work. And if that can't be done and the work isn't completed, coming back and asking to carry over the bill to next January, have more time to work on it. But that's sort of where we are, just bring you up to speed, and just wanted to just give you an opportunity to offer any additional information or any thoughts you might want to share with us.
Thank you. I've been listening in the other room to you all, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present the bill. And I look forward to working with Senator Pouliot to come up with a viable plan forward. Thank you, everyone.
Sure, you're on board with the strategy. You think it makes sense?
Well, I'd really much rather you pass my bill, but I'm certainly willing to follow the committee's lead. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Any further discussion from members of the committee? Just a couple hands up, Senator Pouliot.
Just wanted to let Senator Brenner know that the flowers made it until Saturday. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got mine behind me here. You can see they're still with me. Great. Well, I guess we did have a motion made. I forget, I think it was Representative Bickford that made a motion on this bill of ought not to pass, and seconded by Representative Terry. Is that correct?
Representative Hanley.
Representative Hanley. Okay. So it's seconded by Representative Hanley. So any further discussion from members of the committee? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify.
Okay, just want to make sure I have everyone again. I have Senators Chipman and Pouliot, Representatives Terry, Matlack, Perry, Bickford, Hanley, and Carmichael.
Okay, so that appears to be unanimous of all members present. So we'll close the work session on LD 1410. We are still in work session on LD 1458. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion ought not to pass on LD 1458.
Second,
Second.
Motion by Representative Terry of ought not to pass on LD 1458, seconded by Representative Bickford. Any further discussion from members of the committee? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify. That appears to be unanimous of all members present. You're all set, Avery?
Got it.
Okay, great. So we'll close the work session on LD 1458. So that concludes our work sessions for this morning. We are scheduled to take up public hearing on several bills starting at 11 o'clock. So we want to remind everybody to please make sure to come back at 11 o'clock for those public hearings. Any further?
11 o'clock or 1 o'clock?
11.
Oh, all right.
We've been finishing our work sessions, fairly early in the morning, and we didn't see the reason to wait till 1 o'clock to start having public hearings since we have a lot of bills we still have to take up. So we scheduled them for 11 o'clock, and that'll be the case on Thursday as well. So unless there's any other further committee discussion or announcements, we will adjourn the committee and come back at 11 o'clock.
Avery, will we have a new link or shall we just use this one?
Same link.
Thank you.
Yep, so use the same link. It should work as well for our public hearings. So I guess we're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see everyone at 11 o'clock.
Nana, I'm going to change my pants. Why? I'll spill water on it. Okay. All right. Can you let me help you find your pants? You can leave the jacket on. Just sit down on your butt. Okay, well then let me help you, sir. Let me help you do this. Don't throw it on the floor. Here.
Sorry, the whooping was my dog.
I don't think I've ever heard them before.
No, she usually is very quiet. She sleeps here until I'm done. And then she's rowdy.
Girl.
Usually pretty good.
What?
Representative Hanley, I love the Northern Lights. So nice. It's much more calming than Representative Perry's background.
Well, just this is kind of a soothing scene, you know. The one behind Representative Perry sometimes can be not so soothing. A little tense sometimes.
It's a good counterbalance. Thank you for that.
I liked Dr. Allen's background better than any of them.
I do. I have to say, it's pretty great. Get more of that and less of offices. I think that'd be perfect.
If only that was the view I had. That'd be great.
So Representative Terry, do you think we should get started? I think you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I think we should get started.
Okay. You want to have us go live? Excellent. So we're now live. Welcome everyone back to the Committee on Taxation. We are here to have public hearings on, I think, 8 bills altogether. We've already done our introductions this morning, so we don't need to do that again. And we did have a request to take one bill first, which was the bill sponsored by Representative Tuttle, LD 1525. So we'll take that bill up first, and unless there's anything you have, Julie or Representative Terry, we'll just get started.
I would just like to point out that our attendee list is a little light compared to who are on our registrant list. So Avery, we, typically the second session starts at 1 o'clock for us anyway, for taxation. So anybody that's used to that may think that we're on at 1. So if you wouldn't mind just giving a couple of quick phone calls to folks, that would be really appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome Representative Tuttle. We're here to ready to hear from you to introduce to us an act to exempt from sales tax plastic bags required by municipal solid waste management programs.
Well, thank you, Senator. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I was a member of this committee, I think from 1994 to 98, and I believe that Representative Bickford and I served together, and I think that Richard Rulin of Bangor, or of Brewer, was the Senate chair, and Sue Dorr of Auburn was the House chair, and I would come down from labor, and Senator Rulin would tell me that he killed one of my bills and tax, and I told him, well, Dick, we just killed 3 of yours in labor. So it was a different time, but it was meant in good spirit. But Senator Shipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee, as you know, my name is John Tuttle. I represent District 18, which is part of the great city of Sanford, and I'm pleased to present LD 1525, an act to exempt from sales tax plastic bags required by a municipal solid waste management program. I'm sure that many of you represent communities that implement a pay-as-you-throw system where residents buy special town trash bags at grocery stores or other local businesses. The purpose of pay-as-you-throw programs is to reduce the size of the state stream and encourage residents to recycle and compost more. What you might not know is that Maine cities and towns actually pay a sales tax to procure their supplies of local trash bags. So while residents do not pay this tax at the point of sale, towns absorb it in their budgets, making it an annual public works operational expense that requires raising of revenue from property taxpayers. In a sense, residents are asked to pay twice. As the bill title suggests, LD 1525 exempts towns from paying sales tax when they acquire shipments of local trash bags. When a town or a city is willing to make an investment in good programs like pay as you throw, they should be rewarded. But more importantly, as a matter of policy, this is not a situation where state government should be capturing revenue. The effect of passing this bill would be that pay-as-you-throw programs become more affordable for municipalities, making them fiscally easier to launch or maintain. In putting forward pay-as-you-throw programs, many municipalities are on the front lines, actively working to improve Maine's environment, reducing our carbon footprint and encouraging the kind of sustainable practices and daily choices that will come to count, that we come to count on in the very near future. I thank you. I think they're for the chance to testify. I believe that Sanford's Mayor Anne Marie Mastracchio and City Manager Stephen Buck are also here to speak in support. I understand that other committees agree with us, and I would be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you, Representative Tuttle, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Krajicek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I guess my question is, the city of Sanford buys these bags and then gives them to the grocery stores to sell to the citizens? Is that how it's done?
Yes.
Okay, so you're paying the tax when you buy them before you give them to the grocery store?
You'd have to check with the town manager about that, Ted. I'm not sure when that does occur, but I think he would be able to fill you in on that. Because I'm like, yep.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
just thought you would already be exempt from sales tax on anything you bought for the city.
That's what I thought too, Ted. But, like you, we're both doing double duty, Ted.
Okay.
I'm on the city council too, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Bickford.
Good afternoon, Representative Tuttle. Long time no see.
Well, I just mentioned that you and I served together in from 94 to 98. Is that right?
Oh, no, I'm not quite as ancient as you are, my friend.
Well, I know this. Yeah, thank you for bringing me to, yeah.
It was a little bit later than that, but Senator Jackson was the chair and you were the chair on the House side.
Okay.
I remember that very well. So my question to you is, I believe with those bags that those would be a pass-through through the community. The sales tax would be generated when they were sold by the convenience store or the grocery store. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe so, Bruce. I think talking to our city manager, that's not what is happening, but I'm sure he can clarify that for you, Bruce. I'm on the city council in Sanford, and I had been asked by Mayor Mastracchio and other folks to put this legislation in. From my understanding, is Maine is the only state that does this, but I'd like to find that out just to be sure.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Good to see you, my friend.
All right, same here, Bruce.
Did you have an additional question, Representative Krajicek? No. Okay, great. Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Tuttle. Good to see you, my friend.
See you again. Mr. Chair, you know that if you're a former member, what you're supposed to do.
Well, yeah. So you didn't bring us any treats or anything, so I don't know what's going on here.
Well, we're coming back the 13th, and I promise that I'll correct that.
Okay, sounds good. Great. So thank you for that. And we have a few folks signed up to speak. We have the Honorable Anne Marie Mastracchio, former legislator, current mayor of the city of Portland, and Stephen Buck. So we'll hear from Ms. Mastracchio, followed by Stephen Buck.
Senator, the Honorable Mastracchio is actually the mayor of Sanford.
Right, but she's also an honorable former member of the legislature as well.
You had said Portland, my friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we'll now hear from Anne Marie Mastracchio, followed by Stephen Buck.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. I don't think I would want to be the mayor of Portland, but that's a much bigger job than I have. So Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the Taxation Committee, I'm Anne Marie Mastracchio, the mayor of the city of Sanford, before you today to testify in support of LD 1525. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It has been the state of Maine's goal since 1989 to reach a recycling rate of 50% of the municipal solid waste generated. The most recent numbers show the state rate 32 years later to hover around 37%. When Sanford first instituted a pay-as-you-throw trash metering system to encourage more recycling, our recycling rate was 21%, and in a short time increased significantly to our goal of 43%. Today, our rate sits slightly lower due mainly to heightened penalties for contamination of recycling loads, but we have persisted with the program because we all agree that recycling is good policy and does reduce local taxes. One of the unanticipated costs we encountered, however, was a use tax paid by the city of Sanford to the state of Maine on the very plastic bags utilized to increase our recycling rates. Any other item sold to the city is not subject to sales tax, but for some reason, this exemption does not apply to pay-as-you-throw bags. Though this annual amount of approximately $6,000 is small in comparison to our budget, we are always reviewing any way to reduce local property taxes, which is why we ask you to address this apparent inconsistency in the tax code. I want to thank Representative Tuttle for bringing this bill forward, and I urge your support. I'll answer any questions that you have that I'm able to, but the city manager, I think, is here to who is much more knowledgeable about all the nitty-gritty details.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you, Senator.
We'll now hear from Stephen Buck from the city of Sanford.
Yes, thank you. Senator Chipman and Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee, my name is Stephen Buck, and I'm here to speak today in favor of LD 1525. The bill seeks to exempt from taxation the pay-as-you-throw trash metering bags utilized by multiple municipalities as the most cost-effective mechanism to achieve one of the state's primary objectives in solid waste management, which is recycling. Currently, the State of Maine Revenue Services applies a 5.5% use tax on the purchase of our pay-as-you-throw bags by municipalities as not being specifically exempt within Title 36, Section 1760. Under Title 36, 1760, Part 2, which exempts the taxation of sales to the state of any political subdivision, which is municipalities of the state or any agency or instrumentality of them wholly owned by them. Yet the Maine Revenue Services requires the city of Sanford to file quarterly and pay a 5.5% use tax on the purchase of our pay-as-you-throw trash metering bags utilized by the city to both encourage recycling and to provide the necessary revenue to process both solid waste and recycling waste streams. Found within the current Title 36, 1760 Part 93 is the tax exemption explicitly on the purchase of plastic bags sold to redemption centers used by the redemption center to sort, store, or transport returnable beverage containers. The state provides the exemption on such bags to facilitate the recycling of beverage containers, yet does not specifically exempt the tax on municipally purchased pay-as-you-throw bags. If the city of Sanford was to purchase over $1.2 million worth of automated trash and recycling containers for a similarly implemented program, the purchase of those heavy, large metering containers would be tax exempt. Pay-as-you-throw bags are simply an alternative program to accomplish trash metering, encourage recycling, and serves as a primary mechanism to facilitating a well-implemented municipal recycling program, yet we continue to be taxed at 5.5%. The importance of the trash metering program, the plastic bags, cannot be stressed enough. In 2013, the city of Sanford implemented the trash metering program utilizing the pay-as-you-throw bags. Single sort recycling waste stream went from a low of 21% to 43%. And as it was stated earlier, we're currently at 41.6%, even after the collapse of much of the global recycling markets. The city further avoided the cost of 1,500 tons of material, diverting those from solid waste and encouraging those to go into the recycling waste stream for an avoided cost in the first year of $115,000. So in summary, municipalities by definition, by law, are tax exempt on the sales to them, yet Maine Revenue continues, absent the specific exclusion as sought under this bill, continues to apply a 5.5% use tax. City finds this is a conflict with the intent of state law, counter to the encouragement and adherence to the state's solid waste management hierarchy, and inconsistent with other expressed exemptions for plastic bags used for beverage container recycling. Therefore, we seek the passage of LD 1525 to create this specific exclusion and no longer incur the 5.5% use tax. Thank you.
We've got, thank you for your testimony. Questions from members of the committee. We have Representative Kryzak, followed by.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. I'd like to get in touch with you soon to discuss broadband for our district with yours. I just guess I really don't understand how this goes. If the city of Sanford buys the bags and then gives them to the grocery stores and other stores to sell to the people from your city?
No. So the way it works, so we're under contract with Waste Zero. Waste Zero produces our pay-as-you-throw trash metering bags, and they do that for the predominance of any municipality in the state and up and down the eastern seaboard as far as using pay-as-you-throw trash metering bags. So they produce our specific bag with our logo on it, the rules and regulations on it, the informational sleeve that goes with that. The city pays for the production cost and the warehousing and the distribution of the bags. That's what we pay the sales tax on. So currently we spend a little, about $102,000 a year on just the bag product itself. The stores, they do this voluntarily. There's a series of retail stores within our community or other service locations that voluntarily purchase the bags. So they're then purchased at the sleeve price, currently at $14.50 per sleeve. They're purchased by the store, brought into a Hannaford or Shaw's or whomever, and then sold at the counter at no gain for the store, no sales tax or anything else. So the stores pay the $14.50 per sleeve. They sell it at $14.50 per sleeve to the residents, and then the residents utilize the bags.
And you're buying it at $14.50 a sleeve?
No.
And then paying the tax on it?
We buy the bag itself.
Oh.
And pay the tax on the purchase price for the bag itself. We're not paying the tax on the $14.50 per sleeve. We're paying it on the produced cost, the bag production just itself.
Okay, thank you.
We have argued this with Maine Revenue Services, but they continue to insist that it's not exempt by statute, and therefore we file quarterly on the amount of bags that we purchase.
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry if I missed this, but do the stores charge sales tax on the bags?
No, they do not.
They don't. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you. I missed a little bit with my connection, but I mean, trash bags are taxable. And so the tax seems like ought to be collected somewhere. The $14.50 a sleeve, what's in a sleeve of bags?
So there are 10 in an 8-gallon bag, there are 8 in a 15-gallon bag sleeve, and there are 5 in a 33-gallon sleeve bag.
So I mean, I don't know, your communities that do this would be the only places in the state you could buy trash bags tax exempt. If we did this. So I don't know. It seems like as long as trash bags are taxable, I don't think tax should be paid on $14.50 because the bulk of that money is for the municipality to pay for recycling services. But the difference between this and a redemption center, the customer never takes possession of a recycle bag. It's a business input. The can I have in Bangor, the city owns, was never purchased by me. So I mean, I understand the situation you want to fix, but I don't know, it's kind of a unique situation, I guess.
Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, I think still. My question is, I'm confused why these wouldn't be taxable when the store sells them to the customer, because like Representative Perry said, all trash bags are taxable. And the other question I have is, do you pass that cost on when you sell them to the grocery stores? So is it really costing you that much money, or are you just passing it on to the grocery stores?
Okay, so it's not passed on to the grocery stores. I take great exception to the reference I made earlier to automated containers. It's being owned by the city of Bangor, or Sanford owned those containers, right? Sanford owns the trash bag itself. We're purchasing the trash bag, the trash metering bag. It's an alternative program to automated containers. It's used as a primary trash metering mechanism to both encourage recycling as well as produce a revenue stream to offset the total cost for hauling, for recycling, processing, and waste disposal. The municipality is purchasing the bag itself. What the stores pay is the fee of $14.50 per sleeve that is then paid by the resident. That fee goes back to offsetting the cost of the overall program. The municipality, in lieu of purchasing automated containers, is purchasing the bags. I've run the numbers before when we looked at an automated container just for recyclables. It's actually more cost effective to use bags than it is for the automated containers. So our community made that choice. It is the most simplistic and cost effective mechanism. We continue not to switch over to the automated containers because of contamination in the recycling waste stream. We have one of the lowest contamination rates in our recycling waste stream reported at EcoMaine because of the system that we use in the partnership we have with a hauling contractor to monitor the waste that goes into those streams. The automated containers, the waste is dumped, the contamination's in the load, and then you have to send a fine and or a notice to the resident. So it's a more simplistic program, and it is a time-proven program.
And the reason I'm asking, if I can follow up, Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking is I buy trash bags, obviously, every week. And occasionally I buy lawn and leaf bags for the same reason, and I pay tax on them. And here in Auburn, we have trash to energy. So what I put in my trash bags here at home, whether it be leaves, sticks, or garbage from the house, they all get burned. And so indirectly, it's a similar thing. I'm recycling because I'm having my trash burned, but I'm paying tax on that bag. So how is that different? Can you explain that to me?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Buck.
I can explain that to you because the city is purchasing the trash bags, not you. What you purchase at the grocery store is the fee for service for processing both recycling and solid waste stream. Our product too goes to a waste to energy plant. A community can choose to either tax its citizens for the disposal of solid waste, or it can create a fee for service. We have chosen to select a fee for service. The trash metering element is the bag. The city purchases the bag itself. We are forced to pay the sales tax on the bag as the city having purchased the bag, not the residents.
Okay, and so would it be better if, rather than you paying the tax on the bag, would it be better to have it taxable at the location the customer buys it from? Because you are not using the bags, the residents are using the bags. Would it be better if the sales tax was charged at the point of sale?
It would be better if the sales tax isn't charged to the municipal program at all, sir. So
okay,
the stores are doing this at no fee to the municipality. It's an incredible partnership. They do it as a service to the residents. So when I go to the Hannaford store in my local neighborhood, I buy my groceries, and virtually every time as I'm exiting, do you need any trash bags today, Steve? Yes, I do. I need a sleeve of large bags, and I pay $14.50 for that sleeve of large trash bags. That lasts me about 5 weeks. And my trash is taken care of for that portion that I've used. It picks up my curbside, it picks up my recyclables, which are single stream sort, and it picks up my municipal solid waste that's in the orange trash metering bag that the city purchased the bag itself. I paid the $14.50 at the grocery store that then pays that back to the city, collecting the fee for us. It's an incredible partnership.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Buck, our town just recently switched to tags instead of bags. I'll have to ask our town manager if they're paying sales tax on that, but as it's just essentially a label, I tend to think they're probably not being charged the sales tax on that, but I wonder if you have had any experience with that, if you've asked about that, perhaps not being something that you would get charged sales tax for. Again, smaller production costs too, of course, so 5.5% would mean a lot less if it was just a label versus a bag.
Right. So the point I'm going to continue to emphasize we're a political subdivision of the state. We shouldn't be taxed on any sales. And
Right, so I do understand that.
I am very familiar with the tag program.
Yep.
There are issues with the tag program that are not there with the trash metering program of the bag.
Okay.
They're similar mechanisms. We tested all of that. We even had Waste Zero design a more in return program unique to us only in the nation because Sanford has been studied. Sanford put the trash metering program in place, and 8 months after it was overturned by referendum. So they had their before numbers for what happened in the community for its waste stream. It had it for 8 months. It saw the tremendous response of getting recycling to take place. And then it was voted out by referendum. In my first year here in 2012, the city tasked me with putting the program back in place. And we did that successfully, and it has been operating successfully since. So we have all of those numbers. I have looked at the tag program. We've looked at automated containers. We've looked at pay-as-you-throw using the bag.
Okay, so my question is there a tax on the labels versus the bags?
That I would not know.
Okay.
We did not anticipate paying a sales tax on the bags when we designed the program, but we currently are.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Buck. It may seem like we're being argumentative here, but it's best if we vet this stuff now. We come up against these issues every day in text. And the next issue that we come up against all the time is you as a city are tax exempt, but your residents who are the end users of these bags are not. And that's a hurdle we've had to try and overcome before. So, I mean, I don't know. I hear where you're coming from and trying to find a solution that works is somewhat challenging. So, so I do appreciate you're making a strong case, I think.
So I find hypocrisy in if the plastic bags that the redemption centers purchase are currently tax exempt, because that's a state mandated program. But when the city designs its program for trash metering, its bags are taxed.
Right. I mean, yeah. So you make a good point, Mr. Buck. I mean, my understanding of this is that the city is exempt from all other things the city buys, you know, from sales tax, except for this. So that doesn't make sense to me. And then if we want to talk about whether the bags should have charged a sales tax on the bags when people buy them, that's a different issue. That's not what this bill is about. And what you're saying is when people buy these bags, they're really paying for a service. They're not just buying trash bags like you buy a box of Glad trash bags or something. You're paying for the service because the money collected for the bags is going to pay for the cost of running the program. So we really got to think about it as a service, not as just buying trash bags. So I totally get what you're saying. We have an additional question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just one final question, and that is, you reference recycling, bottle redemption centers quite often. And those bags that they buy, are those bags being bought to be put on their shelves to sell, or are those bags being bought to use to accept the bottles and put them in? I think that's might be the difference in the two. Can you explain that?
They're bought for the sorting, storing, transport of the bottles themselves. How is that different from the municipal trash bag that is for the storing, sorting, and transport of municipal solid waste?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Buck. Appreciate you being with us. It doesn't look like we have anybody else signed up to testify. Is there anybody else here, Avery, that you're aware of to testify on this bill, either for the bill or against, or neither for nor against?
Not that I know of. No one's reached out to me.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing on LD 1525. And I think at this point, it might make sense to open up all of the public hearings on the homestead exemption bills. So I know we've got several bills here we're scheduled to have hearings on. And just to make sure I'm getting this correct, Julie, maybe you could help me. The bills that are regarding the homestead exemption would be LD 1071, 1448, 1482, and 708. Is that correct? Julie, are you still with us?
Oh, Yes, I am. I was stretching. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Because we got a bunch of one
Yeah.
of it to do with motor vehicle excise tax, and one is, you know, deductions for pensions. But the homestead bills, I'd like us to get into those and maybe, you know, have the sponsors introduce all of them and have people speak to all of them at once. So it'd be LD 1071, 1448, 1482, and 708. Is
Yes.
that okay? So why don't
Yes,
we?
those are the homestead exemption bills.
Okay, great. Why don't we open up the public hearing on all four of those bills at once, starting with, and we'll have the sponsors introduce them all at the same time, starting with Senator Pouliot, followed by Representative Talbot Ross, Representative Grochowski, and Representative Falkingham. Senator Pouliot, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? Let me pull up the testimony. I've got 3 bills you guys will be hearing from me today on. So here goes the first one. Sorry, and pardon your, appreciate your indulgence. Good morning, still morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the committee. Senator Matt Pouliot, represents Senate District 15, which consists of the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland City, and Vassalboro. I'm here today to present LD 1071, an act to reduce property taxes for Maine residents. The homestead exemption provides a reduction in the value of your home for property tax purposes. It's available to permanent residents of Maine and only applies to your permanent residents. This bill would increase the total exemption under the homestead property tax exemption program to $50,000 for tax years beginning on or after April 1st, 2021. The bill would also increase the state reimbursement to municipalities for that exemption from 70% to 100%. You know, homeowners across the state who are trying to make ends meet, particularly elderly who are on fixed incomes, are seeing more and more of their dollars go to pay property taxes. The homestead exemption is a beneficial tool that helps alleviate the burden faced by many Mainers when they pay their property taxes. If our municipality's reimbursement is increased to 100% under this program, this would also help lower property taxes on other taxpayers who do not qualify for the homestead, as the municipality would not have to make up the 30% through the property tax. That tab would be picked up by the state. Individuals living across the state cannot afford to continually see property tax increases, and the legislature must find ways to reduce the burden on homeowners, and this exemption has proven successful in doing that. I would just add, in addition to my written testimony, that I think I was the only member of the Senate last week to vote against the revenue sharing increase. It's not because I don't support revenue sharing, it's just that, frankly, I wanted to make a point that we need to get to 100% reimbursement on homestead exemption. And so even if we don't go to 50K as this bill proposes, I hope that we as a committee can come together and at least, you know, support going to 100% reimbursement, so our municipalities aren't having to pick up the tab for the, you know, for the legislation that we're passing at the state level. So I'll leave it at that and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Senator Pouliot? So just got one question. Oh, go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll save my thoughts for the work session, but I want to put on record that that I am totally opposed. I'm in favor of expanding homestead exemption, but totally opposed to increasing the percentage. And actually, I think we ought to increase homestead by reducing it back to 50%. But I'll save my arguments for the work session, and I will tell the same to others who sponsor this type of bill. But
that's really interesting. I'd be curious in talking with you more about that, Representative Perry, because it seems like it would be an unfunded mandate.
Well, I wanted to ask a question about that, Senator Pouliot. I mean, it seems to me that by not funding it at 100%, anything less than 100%, I want to ask if you'd agree with me that this is how it would work. I mean, municipalities are essentially, you know, raising the taxes for everybody, but doing that in order to get a greater exemption to primary homeowners. So folks that own second or even in some cases third homes are essentially paying more in taxes so that those who own primary homes can pay less. I mean, that's essentially what the municipalities are doing to make up that difference, correct?
Right. Well, right. Which is why, you know, I think, well, first of all, I'm very curious to learn from Representative Perry's reasoning for wanting to go to 50%. But I would say this, right? you're absolutely right, Senator Chipman, that whenever we're not paying for it, somebody is. And, I've said this when we passed homestead exemption last session, and I'll say it again if we bring it up next session, like, if we're going to tell our constituents that we want direct property tax relief, this is doing that. But in my opinion, it's disingenuous if we're not reimbursing at 100%, because, we're saying, hey, we want to raise this because it will relieve your, primary residence property taxes, but we're only willing to pay 70% of it. I don't know. It just seems disingenuous to me.
But why shouldn't second and third homeowners pay more in taxes if they can afford to own second and third homes in order to provide more relief to primary homeowners? I guess is what I'm wondering. And
I don't think that it's always necessarily second or third homeowners. It's anybody, any property taxpayer in the municipality, and also perhaps even including those who are receiving the homestead exemption. It's not, when the municipality raises property taxes, across the board, they don't say, well, if it's your primary residence, you don't have to pay the increase, it just goes up. So if the state's not reimbursing, then they have to pick up that tab somehow. If we've passed essentially an unfunded mandate by saying we want to increase the homestead exemption and not go to 100%. So I don't think it's just second homeowners that would be picking that up. And, I think it's everybody. So that's why I think it's so critical we go to 100%.
You're correct. I mean, those that receive homestead their mill rate would go up a little bit, but they would receive much more in benefit from homestead than they would pay in any increased taxes. I mean, the city or town would pay 30%. To give 100% benefit of additional homestead exemption to primary homeowners. But I mean, the bulk of almost all, the bulk of that additional amount would be paid for by second homeowners, third homeowners, commercial properties, people that don't get homestead, but it's for the benefit of giving more of a homestead exemption as opposed to less. If the state pays 100%, it's that much less money the state has to increase the exemption overall for the primary homeowners. I mean, that's how it works. But we can get into all this in the work session. I just wanted to get that out there. But Representative Perry, do you have anything additional?
Sure. Thank you. This is my favorite subject to argue about. So the homestead exemption was created in 1997 at $7,000 for all residences. As we got into financial trouble under the Baldacci years, it was turned to a tiered system that really made it a lot less useful. In 2011, during the LD1, where we implemented school funding, it was Peter Mills who suggested, what could we do if we half funded it? And we found out we could get rid of the old tiered system and go to $13,000, half funded for every residence. And as you know, over the years, it's expanded since then. But that was part of a bigger package where the state put hundreds of millions of dollars into education funding without raising taxes by cutting state government, which lowered property taxes for everyone. And so it was a calculated move at that time to make it 50% funding for two reasons. One, everyone was getting lower property taxes with the education funding, and home values were going through the roof at that time. And the overall tax burden was being shifted more onto homes and off of businesses and other types of property. So that was the rationale at the time. I think we're in that situation once again, where home values are going up faster than other properties and the burden's being swung back more onto homes. It also adds a measure of progressivity. So you can do more exemption at 50% than 100%. So it exempts low-income people, low-value homes, and it actually, because of the increase in the mill rate, adds a little more. It takes away a little bit of the value on very expensive homes. So it does. I feel like it accomplishes a number of things, and so that's my rationale behind it. And I could go on for another hour, but we'll stop there.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill, Senator Pouliot. We will now hear from Representative Talbot Ross. Is she with us to present LD 1448?
I think she is not with us yet, but Representative Falkingham is.
Yeah, why don't if someone could reach out to her and we'll come back and we'll go to Representative Falkingham, followed by Representative Talbot Ross and Representative Grochowski. Welcome, Representative Falkingham. We're ready to hear from you to introduce to us LD 708.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. I am Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I am here to present LD 708, an act to increase the homestead exemption to $50,000. Taxation is theft. Over the centuries, mankind has become accustomed to this theft and has generally come to accept it if it is seen as reasonable. In a democratic society, most people generally agree that giving up some wealth to contribute to the general welfare of the people is an acceptable sacrifice for the return. The return is generally infrastructure or protection, with each of these coming in the forms of roads, bridges, and ports, etc. for infrastructure, and armed forces, police, or firefighters, etc. for protection. Most people would agree that taxing 100% of someone's wealth would be cruel. Concurrently, most people would agree that taxing 1% would be acceptable. So where then does the tax go from acceptable to cruel? I don't have the answer for that. But when I look into this issue, I form a hierarchy of cruel taxes. At the top of that pyramid, I find the most egregious always seems to be the property tax. Is there a more cruel tax than one that allows the government to take possession of someone's home and make them homeless? I can't think of one. At some point, a person who wishes to opt out of society and its taxes should be afforded that right if they want to remain on their property and provide for themselves. At the very heart of this issue is the question, who owns property, the owner or the government? How then can property be seized by the government for failure to pay rent to a municipality that very well may not have no handle on its spending? So for me, the case is very clear. Increase the homestead exemption to $50,000. This at least secures a person's ability to own and maintain a modest dwelling, to keep a roof over their head without fear of losing the property or the burden of being extorted by the government to keep it. I hope you will vote ought to pass on LD 708. I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Falkingham. Question from Representative Perry.
Thank you. I'm going to find a way to fit in something I forgot earlier. At the same time, we went to the 50% funding. In the works was also the repeal of the personal property tax on business equipment. So we knew, once again, although there's some shift on the business equipment with the higher mill rate, that they were going to be receiving and have received a full repeal of the personal property tax on business equipment, which certainly would likely shift more costs onto potentially homeowners. So I'm just curious your thoughts on that, going to zero on business equipment. Eventually that shifts costs onto homeowners who maybe can't afford it.
Representative, you had a really long pause during the heart of your question there. I think you had a really long pause, so I kind of missed the heart of your question. Would you mind?
I'm gonna buy new internet before the work session. So, I mean, I don't know. In the balance, we went to zero on property tax on. You talked about finding a balance. We went to zero on personal property tax on business equipment, which would certainly shift onto home property. So if we went to 50,000 and get it done by going half funded, and that added a little bit back to the mill rate, would that be a fair trade-off?
Oh, I hear you. So you're talking about a tax shift. Well, that's definitely something worthy of this committee to consider. Sometimes I agree with tax shifts, other times I don't. That's what I think what you're talking about is more of a use tax, sort of going over to my hierarchy of taxes, whereas property tax is the roof over your head. I mean, literally, there's no use by the government. You maintain it yourself. It's where you live. It's the roof over your head.
Okay, because I think.
Yeah, that would definitely, as I said, I would put property tax at the top of protected, taxes. I would classify that as ranking higher. So certainly, if there was any shift, I would shift away from that onto another. So it's a worthy conversation to have.
Senator Pouliot.
Well, this is great testimony. I'm just wondering, if Representative Falkingham thinks that we should amend the bill to include that we or give out some T-shirts that say #taxes theft.
If they're paid for with private funds, I'd be 100% behind that.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? So Representative Falkingham, you're not proposing to change the reimbursement level from the state to the cities and town, just simply the exemption would go to 50,000?
I haven't proposed that in the bill, but I think that's a good discussion for you guys to have. I don't know as I've really got my, whole heart into it one way or the other. I think there are pretty reasonable arguments for both sides of it. As Senator Pouliot said, if we raise this without the state paying for it, it sort of comes off as an unfunded mandate. But I also kind of heard what you were saying about that being divided up by second homeowners and, things of that nature. Also, some of that burden, if it was unfunded, would go to the property owner themselves because that valuation probably get higher. The mill rate would get higher. So some of the people with the 50,000 homestead exemption would probably pay some of that if it all fell back to the municipality. But I also think that's a worthy discussion to have as well.
Yeah, because I mean, you represent Winter Harbor. I mean, there's a lot of second and third homes up in that neck of the woods. So I mean, basically, yes, the mill rate would go up a little bit because it's the only real source of revenue that cities and towns have. So if we keep the reimbursement at 70%, the mill rate would go up some, obviously, to do a $50,000 homestead exemption, but there'd be so much more benefit to the primary homeowners by going to 50,000. I mean, in some cases, that people that don't live right on the coast, they make their whole home may only be worth 50,000 or maybe slightly more. So that's huge amount of tax relief for them. So they see much more benefit than any additional tax they would pay by having the mill rate go up a little bit. But the second and third homes in your district that are near the water would pay more, so that homestead exemption could be increased or essentially doubled what you're calling for. So I mean, I'm not sure I can get behind the model that taxation is theft, being the chair of this committee, but I definitely could probably get behind the bill the way it's drafted. We can find a way to do it. So I do appreciate you bringing it to us.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because a lot of times people don't always come from the same direction to get to the right place. You might come from the east, I might come from the west, but as long as we come to the same correct location, that's all that matters. Yeah. And also at the heart of this matter, no matter what way the committee decides to go, if any direction at all, who bears the burden of this increased exemption, what we're doing is we're giving more benefit to lower valued homes. And I think that is a worthy goal to shoot for.
Right.
Regardless.
I mean, everybody gets it if it's a primary home, but if the home's only worth, say, 100,000 under your bill, half the value would be exempt. Someone has a $500,000 home, they're still going to get a $50,000 exemption, but it's not worth as much to them in terms of dollars than it is the smaller value home. But I think it's a good goal to try to help the folks that have the lower valued homes for sure. So definitely. Well, I appreciate you bringing the bill to us. I'm sure we all do, and I don't see any other questions from members of the committee. So thank you for presenting the bill, and look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today.
We will now hear from, I believe that there's another committee member is going to read testimony for Representative Talbot Ross.
Representative Gramlich. Representative Gramlich will read that.
We'll now hear from Representative Gramlich to read testimony on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross to introduce to us LD 1448.
Thank you, Senator. And I will introduce myself and then read Representative Talbot Ross's testimony. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I appreciate the committee's indulgence. I've been, like everybody else, toggling between multiple Zooms today, so I'm happy to be with you all. I will read Representative Talbot Ross's testimony. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40 and serve as Assistant House Majority Leader. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you to present LD 1448, an act to increase state reimbursement to municipalities for revenue loss due to the homestead property exemption, tax exemption. Under the existing homestead property exemption law, 70% of the taxes lost by reason of the exemption are reimbursed to the municipality by the state. This bill would increase the state reimbursement for the property tax revenue lost by a municipality to 100%. While the homestead exemption provides direct relief to resident homeowners without 100% reimbursement from the state, the value of the benefit is diminished. When that lost revenue is not reimbursed at a full 100%, millage rates need to be increased to offset that loss. Taxpayers enrolled in the homestead exemption program see the benefit of a reduced taxable assessed value, but at the same time, they are penalized with a slightly higher mill rate needed to make up the loss of the unreimbursed portion. Further, those properties not eligible for the homestead exemption see both an increase in mill rate without any reduction in assessed value. And in a community like Portland, facing a housing shortage for many Portlanders, that translates to rent increases as those property taxes and their increases are passed on to renters. In 2020, the city of Portland had 8,871 eligible properties enrolled in the homestead exemption program. After the state reimbursement, loss of revenue was still $1.1 million, which would result in an increase of the mill rate of 14.6 cents to offset that difference. Across the state, municipalities raised an additional $38 million in property tax revenue to fund the exemption. I ask that the committee support LD 1448 as the next step in building the effectiveness of the homestead exemption program by funding 100% of the $25,000 exemption. Maine homeowners will benefit from every penny of the exemption. I would like to offer 2 amendments to the committee on this bill. While Section 1 of the bill was added in the hope to reduce some administrative burden for towns, after further research, there appear to be legal and constitutional issues with that section, and I ask the committee to strike it. Further, to improve access to property tax exemptions for new homeowners, I would also like to offer an amendment to this bill that would remove the requirement that a person own a homestead in the state for 12 months before being eligible for the homestead property tax exemption. The current 1-year requirement penalizes both new homeowners and those who move from one property to another for no reason. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and Representative Talbot Ross has attached the amendment in her written testimony, which the committee can review. And I'm sure that she would be happy to answer any questions for you if she were here.
Okay. Well, maybe she'll be here for the work sessions with us, I'm sure. Great. Well, thank you for presenting the bill. There's a couple of questions from Representative Perry, followed by Senator Pouliot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Representative Ross was here, my leader in the House, I would tell her the same thing. I think I heard you say 14 cents per thousand on Portland's mill rate, or $14 on a $100,000 house, or nowadays houses in Portland are $500,000, so about $75. What's the mill rate in Portland? $25 a thousand? So
about 22 right now.
What is it?
About 22.
Okay, so at 30,000 it's worth what, $660. Yeah, half fund it, add another 20,000 to it, and that's $400 of value. And in my view, it's not an unfair shift onto businesses because it was part of a bigger deal where businesses did pretty well themselves. So even to my leader, I will argue the full funding is not the best policy.
Senator Pouliot.
I think Representative Perry did some math out there, but one of the things I'd be curious to know is, like what the number of apartment units are in Portland, for instance, because I think we think about this shift aspect in terms of like, wealthy second property owners and or businesses with deep pockets. And, a lot of property owners are, that would not qualify for this homestead exemption are actually, the owners of affordable housing units that we're trying to keep affordable. So I just think, we keep that in context a little bit, but I would be curious, the question for Representative Talbot Ross would be, like how many apartment unit buildings are there just in Portland? I don't expect her to get that for the whole state, but it'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, there's about 17,000 rental units in the city, but that's units. Obviously, buildings have multiple units in them. So I don't know how many buildings there are that are rental buildings, but there's 17,000 roughly rental units. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to help Representative Perry. I'm not sure if I heard your statement correctly or not, but 14 cents increase because of the state reimbursing at 70% on a $300,000 home in Portland would increase property taxes only by $42. So it's you know, you're saving somebody $42 just to put the burden back on the business. I'm not sure if this is prudent.
Is that a question for somebody?
Yes, that was for Representative Perry. Isn't that correct?
Well, we're supposed to be asking questions of the sponsor, which in this case is Representative Gramlich on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross. But we can
Okay, so wasn't that correct, Representative Gramlich?
Thank you, Representative Bickford. As I read the testimony, and I will be quite frank with the committee, when I read it to you was the first time I had read it. So as I read it, it did say 14.6 cents per mil.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for presenting that bill on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross. Representative Gramlich, appreciate that. Is Representative Grochowski with us? Looks like she is. We're ready to hear from you to introduce to us LD 1482.
Thank you, and officially good afternoon. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce LD 1482, an act to improve access to property tax exemption for new homeowners. This bill proposes that the existing 12-month ownership requirement be eliminated as a qualification for receiving the homestead property exemption, tax exemption. And I should add that I am Representative Nicole Grochowski, serving the people of House District 132, which is the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton. In 2019, I proposed similar legislation to this committee as LD 560. After amendments to the bill, including a floor amendment to ensure that it would cause no additional financial burden on municipalities, it passed the House and Senate. It died on the special appropriations table when the legislature adjourned last year. This bill, LD 1482, picks up where that bill left off. It is clear from the discussions that the legislature has had for years and today that we consider the homestead property tax exemption to be one of our tools for reducing the property tax burden of resident homeowners in Maine. Legislators have increased the value of the exemption from $10,000 to now $25,000, as you know, and the state reimbursement rate to municipalities for this exemption has also just increased to 70%. If we support the exemption as a helpful tax relief to resident homeowners, then why do we require an arbitrary waiting period of 12 months for eligibility? In reality, this waiting period can be as long as 729 days because of how municipalities assess property taxes. For example, if the assessment is assigned on April 1st, 2021, and you buy your home on April 2nd, 2021, then on the next tax assessment on April 1st, 2022, you have not actually owned your home for a full 12 months. Thus, you will not be eligible for the exemption until the next year, April 1st, 2023. As the statute is written, you must be a permanent resident of the state to be eligible for the homestead exemption. The list of ways that an assessor may determine permanent residency includes place of employment, voter registration, driver's license, motor vehicle registration, and income tax returns. Additionally, the statute stipulates that an individual may have only one permanent residence at a time. And finally, the property must also be your homestead, which definition I included in my testimony, and I'm sure you're familiar with, so I won't read it. I hope you'll agree, current law has ample eligibility requirements for receiving this exemption without also needing to own a home and live in it for the full tax year. So there are four main reasons I think removing the 12-month provision would benefit Maine and its resident homeowners. The first is that new homeowners would receive an additional one-time tax exemption in the first full year they own their homes. In Ellsworth, for example, this would be $469.25 in savings based on our tax rate. This money could go a long way toward paying for those inevitable, unforeseen, and sometimes unbudgeted costs of home ownership that can arise within that first year of owning your home. Secondly, many people who are eligible for this property tax exemption just are not aware of it. For example, the city of Ellsworth periodically mails notifications to people who they suspect may be eligible for this exemption, and that indeed turns up new applicants. Also, while knocking on doors in my district, I have found many eligible homeowners who haven't heard of this exemption and were happy that I happen to carry the form that they need that I can leave with them so they can send it to the assessor and qualify. I know that many realtors let their clients know about this program, but with the deadline often far in the future, I think people sometimes forget to submit the paperwork in the mayhem of moving and settling into a new home. This can unfortunately cost them years of tax relief that the legislature has intended for them to receive. I do hope that filing for the homestead exemption from day one could become the norm and not the exception. Thirdly, many municipalities accept exemption forms before the homeowner is eligible to be helpful to the homeowner. Removing this 12-month restriction would simplify the assessor's workflow because all qualified property accounts would immediately have the exemption applied to take effect in the next tax year. Additionally, the assessors would no longer need to explain to confused and sometimes irate homeowners about why they must wait nearly 2 years for property tax relief. These two reasons are why the City of Ellsworth tax assessor is an enthusiastic supporter of this proposed legislation. And finally, people who have previously qualified for the homestead exemption, who have sold their home and waited more than 12 months to purchase a new one, must currently wait another full 12 months to requalify for the exemption. This adds an extra financial burden on people who are downsizing, such as the elderly, upsizing, such as our families, working families, or moving locations, which could really be anyone who cannot find a house to buy immediately after they have sold their own. This bill is drafted so that the state would reimburse the municipalities for 100% of the value of homestead exemptions on properties that would be newly eligible due to this legislation. That is, those homesteads within their first full year of ownership. After an eligible property was owned for more than one full tax year, municipalities would then be reimbursed at 70% of the exemption amount per current statute, or whatever amount this committee would decide is the correct amount going forward. Currently, municipal officials are burdened with managing exemption applications for properties that are not yet eligible, as well as managing the expectation of confused homeowners, as I noted. I cannot fathom that counting the number of new applications that are for properties that have been owned for less than one full tax year is any greater administrative burden, or one that is not worth the additional 30% reimbursement from the state that my bill offers. In the case of Ellsworth, that would be $140.78, that 30% difference, probably a bit higher than our assessor's going rate to look at the property purchase date when he's processing a new application, something that he must do anyhow right now to comply with our statute. For your context, I will note the revisor's office confirmed there is no wait time on our other 3 property tax exemptions. Those would be the blind persons, veteran, and widow of veteran exemptions. LD 1482's proposed revision to the homestead exemption is truly an easy way to simplify our property tax code by removing what appears in my mind to be an unnecessary and arbitrary wait time. Certainly, this small change would add a meaningful infusion of money for a new homeowner, while costing the state very little relative to other changes to the homestead exemption that are proposed. I am aware that the amendment to LD 1448 that you just heard proposed on behalf of Representative Talbot Ross does sweep the recommendation of this bill into its greater effort to reimburse municipalities for 100% of the homestead exemption amount. That bill will certainly have a significantly larger fiscal note than this bill. Therefore, I hope the committee will either move forward with that bigger effort with my proposal included, or take the smaller step to improve our program and help new resident homeowners while costing municipalities nothing. So thank you so much for listening to my testimony, albeit somewhat lengthy, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Representative Grochowski. We have a question from Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. So I'm in full agreement with what you bring forward, because I think the biggest risk is by putting it off for a year, people never get around to doing it and go several years without it. And I agree with what Senator Pouliot said a couple of weeks ago. The municipalities ought to be sending out a large noticeable notice to people to make sure they apply for it. But my question really is probably for the work session and for main revenue, or Julie, maybe a refresher on the property tax fairness credit and how that would interact with both people who weren't getting the homestead or renters who can't get the homestead. So there is some measure of relief there. I'm just curious how the two interact with each other.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Grochowski, for bringing this back to us. I recall it being a great conversation last time around. Two questions for you. One is what you have proposed now, and I'm sorry, I was trying to listen while you were talking and read last session's bill and this session's bill, and didn't get anywhere. Is this year's proposal the amended version from the Senate from last time?
Yes.
It is. Okay, great. And then let's see. As far as it dying on the table, I know it's hard to determine because of how we ended last session. Do you know if it had any movement on the appropriations table, or if it was COVID that killed it, or if it was appropriations that killed it?
I think that's a good question, and I'll admit, being a newly elected legislator last legislature, I wasn't really advocating very fiercely with appropriations, and I'm not certain of the best process for that. I think it somewhat falls to the committee to determine what are your priorities for bills that you'd like to see funded based on your expertise. Certainly, I also have a little less experience because in the committee I serve on, energy, utilities, and technology, we have very little that's funded through the general fund. So I can't say one way or the other because I hadn't really started my due diligence on that effort when we adjourned.
Fair enough, definitely. Thank you.
Senator Pouliot.
Sure, thanks. So I'm guessing we may do with these homestead exemption bills, like, what we did earlier, not today, but when we get to the work session, combining them together. And my question for Representative Grochowski is, would you be open to an amendment on your bill that would require municipalities to do something? And I say this knowing that we may have in attendance somebody from Maine Municipal Association who could also weigh in, and that they generally loathe when we tell them to do, additional things. But I'm just thinking that some real big kind of bulletin to people about this on a regular basis. I love your idea of this being upfront right out of the gate, because we do tell people at the closing table, hey, make sure that you get your homestead exemption. And then, people get busy moving in and they just forget about it. So would you be amenable to that, having some kind of a notice requirement for municipalities? It was really kind of like bold size 27 font, on a red piece of paper or something.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. You're speaking my language. I'm one of those people, as Representative Hanley can attest to, having served with me on EUT, that does like to specify font sizes on occasion, so that things are not missed in the small print that we all are familiar with. I think it's a great idea. I know this committee did discuss that last year, and I don't recall the reason that it wasn't included in the amended version of my bill, but I think some municipalities do that, or do some form of that already, but certainly it would, if we believe in this program, then I think we should be compelling everyone to help get the word out who is in a position to do so. Not just people knocking on doors, carrying a folder of homestead exemption forms in case they find somebody who needs one, because I do think it is easy to miss. And I think that people who, maybe are new, maybe they're the first generation to own a home in their family, for instance. Like I learned about this from my parents, but not everybody has the benefit of learning about it from somebody who is familiar with the program and has done it before. So any way to get the word out, I'm for it.
Thanks.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Representative Grohowski, good to see you.
Likewise.
And, yes, you do. You have mentioned front size and written testimony more than once. My question may not actually have anything to do with your bill. It does in a way, but when you have a real estate transaction closing, say in June, who gets the exemption? If the homeowner that's selling has filed for it, normally you prorate tax bills and all that other stuff. It's just kind of a curiosity question. And maybe Mr. Senator Pouliot might be able to answer it because he's in the real estate business. But so, I mean, does the buyer and seller both benefit from the existing homestead exemption in a transaction? And that's just for maybe the work session.
My understanding, and maybe it would make sense for the committee to discuss further on, is that that amount that's exempted is for the full property tax year. And so if there is a prorated portion of the agreement of the sale, then yes, it would carry across, but it might not, depending on that sale date, be in effect for the next tax year. Additionally, that would only be the case if the previous owner was the homesteader of that house, as opposed to it being a rental property that's switching to a homeowner occupied property, or if it was a second home, or if they had never applied for whatever reason. So I think in some instances it would carry over for a certain period of months, but there would be a gap, and in other instances it wouldn't be applicable. But I think that's a great, put a finer point on the question. Thank you.
And I didn't expect you to know that answer. I'm throwing that up for the work session. Thank you.
So that brings up a question for me, Representative Grohowski. Would you be opposed to something that requires when closings are done for people that are buying homes, if it's going to be their primary home, that the application for homestead be presented at the closing table with the other paperwork for them to fill out, or at least be given to them so they're aware of it when they buy the home?
I would want to leave that to somebody with more expertise in that aspect of the process. Having only been through it once myself, I know you have a committee member who has been through it many times. I would hope that any great realtor would be providing that as a benefit of working with them. Just really helpful information for a new homeowner. I don't have strong feelings either way. I think it would be up to the committee. But again, any way to get the word out about this important program, I think, is helpful, whether or not we need to mandate it or not, versus recommend it through the Realtors Association, for example. I don't have a strong opinion about.
It seems like that's like the earliest time that they'd be able to apply is when they're actually buying the home, and it just seems like a good opportunity to say, here's something we have to give you under state law to make you aware of this exemption since you're buying a home for primary residence. But Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. The only thing is that, there's, about 25,000 home transactions or real estate transactions a year in Maine. And there's probably safe to say that only 70, maybe 65 to 70% of those are someone on their primary residence that would qualify. And so, as a percentage of the number of properties that are owned in the state, it's a very small fraction that are turning over on an annual basis. And so we have a lot more people who are out there that have been in their homes for 20 years that never got a dime from the homestead exemption. And in my opinion, Representative Falkingham already said it earlier, that's theft because it's owed to them. You know what I mean? And I guess it's due diligence of an owner to research, but I mean, a lot of folks just don't know about this stuff. So I think that putting something into like your annual tax bill that goes to everybody, would get more traction. Even if they missed it one year, then maybe they get it the next year,
Right. It doesn't have to be an either or situation, Senator Pouliot. I mean, I drove through a small town the other day and there was a huge boat, this huge flashing sign that said, "Have you applied for homestead exemption?" You know, but the town office, and I know.
You know, so one thing that we could do is the state of Maine requires currently to give a notice to all buyers at the closing table that they have to install carbon monoxide detectors. Okay. And there's a form that's given to them and everyone signs it. And it's just in a pile of papers that's getting shuffled through like this. You know, I guarantee you, if you got to them 2 weeks later and was like, "Do you remember signing that form about putting in your carbon monoxide detector?" They'd be like, "No." But I don't think it would be any maybe problem to add in, you know, one about homestead exemption. It's always kind of fun when it comes up at the closing table that the homestead exemption is 25 grand. And I can say, yeah, because, you know, I voted in favor of that in the legislature. But, you know, it's, I don't think it would hurt, but it's more paperwork and I'm not sure the effect. I think that people getting something in their right alongside their tax bill that says, "Hey, this is pretty painful to pay this tax bill, but if you do this exemption, you're going to get a deduction," would garner more. Anyway.
I mean, I think some towns already put it in the tax bill. I believe the city of Portland has something in there about homestead. Have you applied for homestead? And I think other towns might do that. And certainly that's something we could explore. But when someone becomes a first-time home buyer and they're buying their house at the closing table, I mean, it just seems like a prime opportunity to an additional way to sort of, you know, make sure people know about it. So we could talk about that some more. But any additional questions from members of the committee for Representative Grochowski? Seeing none, thank you for being here and presenting this bill. So now that we've heard from the sponsors of all 4 homestead bills, we'll hear testimony from those here to speak in support of any or all of the bills. And we'll begin with Kate Dufour, followed by Kenneth Kaplan. Is Kate Dufour with us?
She is not. She sent us a note with some language having to do with the amendment on Representative Talbot Ross's bill.
Okay.
So check your email for that.
Yeah, okay. I saw the email. I just didn't know that she wasn't going to be with us. Okay, is Kenneth Kaplan with us, Avery? Do you see him in the waiting room?
I'll look.
He is.
Yeah.
I'll grab him.
Okay.
So we'll hear from Kenneth Kaplan, and following his testimony, we'll hear from those in opposition, which would be Dr. Allen, to speak in opposition to any or all of the bills. Welcome, Mr. Kaplan.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Capron. I'm from Portland.
We can't see you. Do you have your video on, or do you not able to put that on? Or
I got it. You can hear me. You can see me.
Yeah, we can see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where to start. This is a particularly egregious piece of legislation, and I want to say that one of the most outstanding things, and I talked to Senator Talbot Ross, to Representative Talbot Ross about this, was the number of people who actually never filed for the exemption, and that is a problem. In Portland, they do put a reminder on the tax bill that you should do that, but most people look past that. In 2008, when I ran for the House, I did a notice in my neighborhood, in my district, of the 3,500 households, 500 households had not applied and taken advantage of the homestead exemption. I also found some people who hadn't taken advantage of the veterans exemption, even though that's automatic. In this past election, I actually did an analysis of the streets that the candidates lived on to see if the homestead exemption was being applied better or taken advantage of. And the truth is that about half the properties on most of the streets were not taking advantage when they should have or could have. So that's a problem. Even if it's a notice on the tax bill, that's apparently not enough. What I did find out in 2008, and I didn't ask this time around, was why there was so much confusion. And a good number of people thought or mistook the homestead exemption for the tax and rent refund, what we used to call the circuit breaker. And so they thought that they didn't qualify for the circuit breaker, so they didn't bother to apply for the exemption. Even to the point that there was a Republican friend of mine who insisted that it was a form of welfare and wouldn't apply for it, even though he had lobbied heavily for tax reductions and property tax reductions. So the language is a little bit confusing. You've got a number of 50,000 or 25,000, and you've got a percentage, and then you got this time delay. I think you need to rethink the thing a little bit and make it consolidate all four bills and make it a flat number or something that is fixed in time, so it's not confusing. But you've got to do something about this delayed start. In Portland, I can honestly say that there is no real effort to help property owners take advantage of that. And one of the real problems with that is there is absolutely no retroactive application of this exemption. And I ran into, in 2008, I ran into a veteran who had been living in his home for over 20 years and had never taken advantage of the homestead exemption. And there was no way he could go back and recover all that money. And he was not well off. I mean, he used his stove for heating. Not a wood stove, his electric stove for heating. So there was a battle fought with the assessor and a lost battle at that. But I think it's a confusing bill. I mean, you folks have had confusion, and apparently last session there was some confusion and a lot of discussion around this bill. And I would strongly recommend you rethink the purpose of this bill and just simplify the heck out of it. Make it automatic, even if you have to change the amount or the percentage. But have some make it retro, and you'll see a lot of people come out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I didn't know I could take this for the past 10 years." And there was a lot of money when I did the calculation in 2008. We weren't talking nickels and dimes. We were at the time the credit, the exemption was worth about $500. And there were just a lot of people who could have used that $500 for year after year after year. I frankly don't know how I would keep track of that. Fortunately, I rent. And it is only for primary properties. It's not for secondary properties or business properties. It is only for if you live there, you get to qualify. I'd be glad to answer questions, but for me, this is one of the most egregious forms of theft that there is at the state level. If you're going to give people an exemption, give it to them. Don't make them come begging for it or try to remember it. We have enough older people who have a hard time remembering other things than their property tax exemptions.
Members of the committee, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Capron, for bringing this up. It's really important for us to hear from members of the public how confusing some of our programs are. I do, however, I have to say, just want to maybe push back a little bit, or maybe ask for your feedback on how, if it was automatic, how we determine if a property is a primary residence or a secondary residence. I know for myself, I have family that have a place, they live in Massachusetts, but they have a place in Maine, but they collect their mail for Maine here. So the town would never know that they live in Massachusetts, year round, and it's just their summer property.
Agreed. And if they, if you follow other tax legislation, I think you have to live here 6 months and a day in order to be considered a resident.
Right.
I don't think there's going to be much confusion over somebody from Massachusetts with a Massachusetts mailing address or a post office box as to whether it's a primary residence or not. And I believe if you have the form designed right, you can make them sign under oath and swear to it that that's their primary residence. I only noticed out of 500 that hadn't taken the exception, excuse me, out of the 3,500 that I looked at during that election, there were 2 people who had taken the exemption who didn't qualify. I'm not worried about 2 people out of 500. I think we got bigger problems with the 500 people who didn't take it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank
Um,
you very much. I appreciate that.
I think even some of Mr. Chipman's neighbors haven't taken the exemption.
Well,
Mine hadn't.
most of my neighbors are apartment buildings where the owner doesn't live there, but yeah, no, I think that's an important point though that Representative Terry made. I mean, if you automatically give it to someone, you're not in that case asking for a form, so there wouldn't be a form to sign, there wouldn't be a note to sign. You're just giving it to people. And then how do you determine if it's a primary home or not? If you just automatically give it, I mean, how does that work? You know, how does that determination get made?
Well, I
That
think
it's a primary homeowner and be able to automatically give it to them without a form being filled out by them.
Well, I think they could still fill out a form when they buy the property.
When they buy the property. So you're saying that when the closing happens, they fill out the form, basically, kind of what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we should definitely look into that. Well, thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you. I haven't seen
How do we know whether they qualify for the veterans exemption or the blind exemption or whatever? Somewhere we have to get that information. So we're using the same system for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if they fill out like a main income tax form, then we can, I think, assume maybe they're a resident, and then maybe match that up with properties that are bought, something, I don't know, just the logistics of it, you know. Good to hear from you, and great to hear your testimony, and thanks for being with us. Seeing no additional questions for Mr. Capron, we'll now hear from, it looks like Kate Dufour is with us, and she did sign up to speak on these bills. We'll now hear from Kate Dufour, followed by Dr. Allen.
Good afternoon, I think. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Kate Dufour, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony on these homestead bills. I'm a little behind the 8 ball because I was in another committee, so I'm not quite sure where we are. But with respect to all the homestead related bills, we are backing LD 1448 for a couple of reasons. One is, from our perspective, a homestead exemption that's not fully reimbursed doesn't provide every penny of exemption to the recipient. And so we think if you're going to provide a $25,000 homestead, it only makes sense that you fund 100% of that, because absent the 100%, the homeowners are paying for that exemption, a portion of that. And if you look at the existing exemption, municipalities are raising roughly $40 million, $38 million to fund a portion of that exemption. So all of us who have the benefit of it are paying just a little more because of it. So we like the 100% and the 25,000. Our concern with moving to 50,000 with respect to 708 would double the burden on municipalities or property taxpayers to fund the unreimbursed portion. With respect to the 50 to 100%, we appreciate the 100%, but that fiscal note is pretty high. And we are very concerned that that would basically move the revenue sharing program out. And we think that the 3 forms of property tax relief are important for different reasons. Homestead, direct property tax relief to a homeowner. Revenue sharing reduces the commitment and the amount of revenue municipalities have to raise in order to fund programs. And then the property tax fairness credit is really associated with your percentage of your taxes that are a portion of your income. So it really addresses a good package. And so we're concerned that if you get too high with that homestead exemption, you won't be able to afford it anymore. And quickly we'll drop back to 70 or even 50% reimbursement. And so those are our concerns. We think the next step in this process is 100% of the 25,000. We do support, it's kind of a combination of Representative Grzanski as well as Representative Talbot Ross's amendment to make the homestead exemption available on day one, especially since we would be paying 100%. So the state is setting the policy and paying for it. That's what we like to see at the local level. You take the lead, you pay for it, and it takes some pressure off the property taxpayer. So I think this is where you are. I hope I testified appropriately, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
A question from Representative Terry, followed by Representative Terry.
Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dufour. Given you a choice, if you could only have one thing this year, would it be 100% funding of homestead or full funding of revenue sharing?
Revenue sharing.
Representative Terry.
That was like a game show answer. That was great, Kate. Okay, I just want to be clear. Again, I'm trying to read about 100 things here. So you are in favor of 100% of $25,000 for that first year, or for the length of the homeowner's time in their house?
The length of the time. So
for up to $25,000. Okay, gotcha.
Right. So the 70% would go to 100%.
And then so from 70, okay, from 70% to 100%. Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Sure.
I think that's it for now. You'll be at the work session, right, Kate?
I will.
Mr. Ford, so earlier before you joined us, we got into discussion about the 70% versus 100% reimbursement. So as it is now at 70%, as you know, if we go to 100%, that's less money the state has to increase the exemptions from 25,000 to some higher threshold. We've only got so much money to work with. So from my perspective, it seems like going to a higher threshold makes sense because then we're providing more relief. I understand from the municipality's perspective, having to come up with more to cover that 30% is not a good situation to be in. But when we only pay 30%, isn't the municipality essentially, they're raising the mill rate by some amount to come up with that 30%, but aren't they in the end raising more money from like second homeowners and commercial buildings in order to be able to fund a homestead exemption to primary homeowners? So it's sort of getting more money from people who own property where it's not their primary home for one reason or another, second homes, third homes, commercial buildings, and then using that money to pay for this exemption for the primary homeowners. Is that your understanding of it and how it essentially is working?
Yes, to an extent, but everybody pays for it. So not only when we have to raise an additional $40 million, it's not just the businesses or the second homeowners that have to pay for that. A portion of that is paid by the homeowner, his or herself.
Correct, but isn't the portion paid by the primary homeowner who's also getting homestead, isn't that amount they pay much less than the benefit they get from the homestead exemption?
Yes.
If we raise the homestead exemption from say 25,000 to 30,000 and we keep the threshold at 70% reimbursement, whatever additional dollars a year that the homeowner is going to pay who's getting homestead, they're going to get a much greater benefit from having another 5,000 exempt from tax, wouldn't it? The town only paying 30% and raising 30% from everybody in the town, and the homeowner is 100% of the benefit. So it's like, where does the money come from, and who do we want to provide relief to? I guess is how I'm looking at it. And it's just like the state's got so much money to work with. I'd rather raise the threshold and provide a higher exemption, knowing that everybody's going to pay something more, but that at the municipal level, more of that money is going to be coming from the second and third homeowners and commercial properties to pay for the homestead exemption for the primary homeowner. That's kind of how I'm thinking of it,
And the math works. I think we're all saying the same thing. We get it. It's like a balloon. You push on this side, the other side of the balloon expands a little bit. So we understand that. But from our perspective is that's $40 million that could be used for plowing roads or fixing potholes or implementing a program in the community. So it's this weird thing, right? We promise you a $25,000 homestead exemption, and then we charge you for a portion of it. What am I trying to say here? Sorry. It's basically this customer service kind of relationship. Here's a $25,000 exemption, but you're not going to get the full value of it. And, businesses and other properties are important parts of our communities as well. So we don't want to shift too much burden around. We're all one happy community because of all the different pieces. Businesses are important, commercial properties are important, second homeowners are very important. So we don't want to be too unfair to all property taxpayers in our community. We like them all.
Yeah. Representative Terry. followed by Representative Bickford.
Thank you. And this question is more for work session from the department or Julie or someone. I'm curious how much for what we're presently spending on homestead exemption, what this present expenditure would buy for 100% funded homestead, and how much it would buy for a 50% reimbursed homestead. I think those would be interesting numbers to compare.
Representative Bickford, followed by Senator Pouliot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Dufour. So I guess my question is, you brought up the $40 million and you talked about how well it could be spent on plowing roads and creating new programs. I didn't hear you say lowering the mill rate or lowering property taxes. Can you explain why that wasn't one of your top priorities with that $40 million?
Sometimes I'm an idiot. And so, of course, that would be a possibility. I mean, it's just, you know, those are the things that came up in my mind. I'm on the council in Hollowell. We have a budget committee tonight. You know, the schools are in, the county is in. So we're trying to figure out how best to fund our programs. And we're probably going to cut the road budget because of the higher than anticipated budget. So I was in my own head. It's all about me. Of course.
Thank you, Ms.
Reducing the mill rate is certainly one of the top options available to communities.
Thanks, Kim.
But in your response, Ms. Dufour, I think you just brought something up that, you know, all cities and towns are thinking about. I mean, most cities and towns do not have the funding they need to pay for things like plowing roads and doing basic maintenance and repairs and stuff like that. I mean, everybody's thinking about this at the city and town level. And I don't know any city or town in the state that has adequate funding for the things they need to be doing. So, you know, if you have some extra money to work with, it seems like making sure that basic services are paid for before you lower taxes would be the way I would go. But at any rate, we have a question from Senator Pouliot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kate, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we voted to go to 50% reimbursement on homestead exemption, that probably wouldn't get a favorable review in the MMA bulletin.
Probably not.
So my question to you is, I heard you say that there was support for going to the 100% reimbursement. You know, obviously I'm on board with that. So what about if instead of going to 50,000, if we were to go to say like 30,000 with 100% reimbursement, do you think your legislative committee would support that? And would they be more inclined to support it if we were to say that we would go to 100% reimbursement now on the 25 grand, and then once we get to 5% on the revenue sharing, then we would go to 30,000 with 100% reimbursement?
I think that's an acceptable plan. I mean, the 100% plus the 5% on revenue sharing. I mean, that's where we want to be ultimately. And to the extent that we can hit those funding commitments to municipalities, and you want to go further, I mean, I don't think we would object. I think, again, there's value in that homestead exemption from the municipal perspective because it is delivering direct relief to homeowners.
Thanks.
Any additional questions from Ms. Dufour? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
And I see that Christopher Huff is with us. I don't know if he's here to speak in support of these bills, or are you here to speak in support of any of these bills?
He is here to speak in support.
Oh, excellent. Great. We'll hear from you now if you'd like to go ahead and speak in support of any or all of these bills.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Chris Huff. I'm the tax assessor for the City of Portland. And on behalf of the City of Portland Council Legislative Committee, testifying in support of LD 1448, an act to increase state reimbursement to municipalities for revenue lost due to the homestead property tax exemption. Each and every property tax exemption granted under state law reduces the revenue that a municipality needs to provide services to its constituents. When that lost revenue is not reimbursed at a full 100% millage, at a full 100%, millage rates need to be increased to offset that loss. Taxpayers enrolled in the homestead exemption program see the benefit of a reduced taxable assessed value, but at the same time, they're penalized with a slightly higher millage rate needed to make up the loss of the unreimbursed portion. In 2020, the city of Portland had 8,871 eligible properties enrolled in the homestead exemption program. After the 70% state reimbursement, that loss of revenue was still almost $1.2 million, which would result in an increase of the mill rate at about 14.6 cents to offset that difference. Certainly, the state should be applauded for coming up with programs to address high property tax burdens that exist throughout municipalities, but no program should be enacted that doesn't fulfill the obligation of fully reimbursing at 100% of that lost revenue. That's why I, along with the support of the Legislative Committee of the Portland City Council, am asking that you support this legislation. Also, I understand that there's an amendment on this to remove the 12-month eligibility requirement. And certainly we would fully support that. That would make, from an assessment office standpoint, removing that 12-month eligibility provision would certainly make managing this program easier with some of the intricacies that exist with that 12-month eligibility requirement. And with that, thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Excellent. The questions from members of the committee, Senator Pouliot.
Well, the whole city of Portland's coming out in support of this, going to 100%. I love it. Perfect for Senator Chipman. Hey, my question was, how many people are on the tax rolls, or rather buildings on the tax rolls there in Portland, that are like multi-family buildings that would not qualify for homestead, but would have to pick up the slack if we didn't go to 100%?
That is a great question, Senator. That's not a data stat that I have handy to just rattle off. I'd have to do some research to find that. In Portland, if you own a 4-unit property or below, and you as the owner are residing in one of those units, you would be eligible to receive homestead. It's when you get to 5 units and up, where a 5-unit and above building is considered more of a commercial property than a residential property, even if it's fully apartments. But I would have to do.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That sounds like that data would be really hard to parse out, because you bring up a good point about the 4 units or less that are possibly owner occupied. I mean, you have the data to do it, but it would take a long time, and I'm not asking you to do that. But Senator Chipman did say earlier it's about 17,000 rental units. So I'm guessing it's got to be at least a few hundred buildings.
Most definitely.
Not owner occupied multi-families.
Excellent. Question from Representative Perry.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. I was just doing some numbers in my head, and I feel like I'm on the verge of turning this into a work session already, but I thought, maybe it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume a 4-unit apartment house in Portland might be worth $1 million. Would that be about right?
Sounds a little high to me, Representative.
But even if it was $1 million, that's $250,000 per unit at $22 per thousand tax rate. The tenant's already paying about $500 a month in property taxes to live there. Maybe less, but at 14 cents per thousand, that's another $1,500 per year, $1,400 per year on that $1 million assessment, or $400 per unit, or about $4 more per month. So the shift does not seem that dramatic. In fact, I feel like arguing we're taking away some of the benefit by the higher mill rate. It's arguing the same as arguing we're taking away some of their income tax write-off by lowering the property taxes, or taking away some of their property tax fairness credit. I mean, it all seems to come out in the wash. I don't know. I guess I'm filibustering here, but those are my thoughts.
Any additional questions from members of the committee for Mr. Huff? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Appreciate your testimony. Is Dr. Allen with us? We have him signed up to speak. Looks like an opposition to most of the bills, and neither for nor against one of them. I don't
Just
see him.
promoted him.
Okay. Excellent. Dr. Allen, we're ready to hear from you in opposition to a few of the bills and neither for nor against one of them.
Yes, so if it's okay with you, Senator Chipman, I was going to provide testimony on LD 1071, but that testimony will apply also to LD 708 and LD 1448. We've provided written testimony on those two bills, but the basic testimony for 1071 will apply to those. And then after I provide testimony on 1071, if it's okay, I was just going to provide testimony in 1482 because we are testifying slightly different on that one.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, thank you. So 1071, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee, good afternoon. My name is Michael Allen. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and I'm providing testimony at the request of the administration against LD 1071. I am testifying against this bill because it has the potential to create significant revenue shortfalls. To better consider competing revenue needs and alternative methods of providing municipal funding, the administration recommends that increases to municipal reimbursement of this magnitude be considered in the context of the supplemental biennial budget. We would also like to note that the property tax fairness credit is an available tool to provide a more targeted impact on residents struggling to pay their property tax bills, as well as to provide property tax relief to both homeowners and renters. Despite the opposition to these bills, the administration understands the important role municipalities have always played and the increased importance of the services they are offering now. To that end, the state has provided significant resources to municipalities through additional education funding, a larger homestead exemption combined with increased state reimbursement, and increased revenue sharing. In addition, the state has expanded the property tax fairness credit to provide additional relief to low and middle income households burdened by the local property tax. The preliminary administrative cost of the bill can be absorbed within current budgetary allotments. And as always, MRS will be available at the work session to answer any questions and provide additional information. On LD 1482, the administration has asked me to testify neither for nor against. As a technical concern, the bill will require municipalities to incur programming expenses to accommodate the change to the tax rate calculation. The part of the bill concerning the current requirement of 1 year of home ownership would be a positive step in expanding the homestead exemption to new Maine residents. However, the 100% state reimbursement for just the first year of ownership adds complexity for most municipalities, and for that reason should be dropped from the bill. The preliminary administrative cost of the bill can be absorbed within current budgetary allotments. And again, we will have personnel available for the work session to answer any questions, to provide additional information that you may have.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Allen. Any questions from members of the committee? Victor, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Allen. Do you have any preliminary idea of what a fiscal note would be on this as far as the first year cost to the state?
Of just going to go from 70% reimbursement to 100% reimbursement?
To allow first year homeowners to claim the homestead exemption.
I don't have it off the top of my head. I believe this bill was before the committee either last year or the year before, and we did provide an estimate at that point. I don't think it would be a considerable amount. I think given the current environment where we're hoping to attract people to the state, the administration views that as a positive step to welcome them to the state and provide them the homestead exemption immediately.
And I guess the other question, if I could, is if I bought my house on April 2nd, the next two tax periods, September and March, the property taxes would be in the name of the prior owner of the property. Would that create a nightmare for municipalities as far as allowing that homestead exemption in the first year, because it won't be until the following April 1st that my name would appear on the tax bill.
Peter Lacy, the division director, will be here. Maybe Kate Dufour can answer that question better than I can, as far as which is more complicated, the current situation or what's being proposed here in 1482.
Okay, yeah, if they could bring that answer to the work session, if they're still on, that would be great. Thank you, Dr. Al.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it'd be great to find out, because I'm not sure that's correct, Representative Bickford, that if you buy a house on April 2nd, that the previous owner stays on the tax bill for the next year, essentially.
Well, Senator, the reason I know that is because I bought a piece of land this past year, and I just was reminded last week by the prior owner that I had to pay the taxes on it. And I said, oh, shoot, I didn't know that because I didn't have a tax bill.
Yeah.
So their name was still on the tax bill until April 1st.
But I mean, wouldn't you just go to the town and say, I'm the owner now, and then they'd send you the bill? I would think. I mean,
No, it doesn't work that way.
Okay. Representative Terry, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, no, the towns only do it once a year for information. And the other part, I just wanted to let Representative Bickford know that there was a fiscal note provided to us last session that is in the bill notes for LD 560 from the 129th, if he wants to look at that.
On bill number what?
560.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You got it.
Additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Dr. Allen. Appreciate
Thank you.
So I don't believe we have any testimony from anybody else that wants to speak in opposition or neither for nor against any of the homestead bills. So we'll close the work session on LD 1071, 1448, 1482, and 708. And we'll now, the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing on those 4 bills, and we'll now open up the public hearing for LD, I guess 1355, sponsored by Senator Pouliot.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, Senator. I believe Senator Rafferty has been with us for quite a while for 1413.
Okay, yeah, why don't we hear from Senator Rafferty on LD 1413, since he may have another committee he needs to go to as well. So we'll now open up the public hearing in LD 1413. This is sponsored by Senator Rafferty.
Hopefully he's still with us. His name is on our screen.
He's on the screen, yeah. Senator Rafferty, are you with us? Should we come back to him, or?
I'm going to try reaching out to him now.
Senator Rafferty.
Senator Chipman, my apologies. I was trying to bounce out of my education committee, and I was hearing my name on that side and hearing it in the other room, and I was trying to figure out where to go.
All right.
So
We're in a
apology.
great place. We're ready to have you introduce to us LD 1413.
Thank you. So Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Joe Rafferty, and I proudly represent the people of Senate District 34, which includes Acton, Lebanon, North Berwick, Potts of Berwick, Wells, and Kennybrook. First, my apologies for having missed Thursday's hearing on LD 1145, which was an act to eliminate the state income tax on Maine Public Employees Retirement System pensions. But being new to the Senate, I've yet to master chairing my committee while testifying in another simultaneously. Although I just took a temporary hiatus to be here for a few minutes on behalf of, and speak on behalf of myself, my wife, and the thousands of current and future retired teachers and all members of Maine PERS. After 41 years of teaching, I retired at age 63 years of age in June of 2018. I quickly found out firsthand several of the issues retirees face as their careers end. Like most retirees, I thought it was time for the good life to begin. While teaching and serving my local union as a negotiator, my primary focus seemed to always be stemming around salaries and benefits. I often heard the conversations and questions around retirement, taxes, and the infamous windfall provision. But quite honestly, they never really sank in until I started living the experience myself. Both LD 1145 and LD 1413 were designed to provide an opportunity to make life a bit easier for many retired workers statewide, although LD 1145 would be the quickest, while LD 1413 phases in welcome relief. Either bill affects a dedicated workforce that spent their entire career in service to the citizens of Maine. These bills aim to give back to those who gave their all to our state. I loved being a teacher and continue coaching. Looking back, I have no regrets other than the anticipated good life I am now in still presents some financial shortfalls that I did not foresee. Your support for either LD 1145 or 1413 would send significant financial assistance to numerous retirees throughout Maine. The relief is my ultimate goal. The choice is yours to make. I also believe that this change may serve to attract the next generation of teachers, of which we know Maine faces a significant shortfall. As a fellow legislator, I understand many requests cross your paths. Please feel free to reach out should there be any questions regarding my testimony or what it may create. Thanks for the dedication to the people we serve, as well as your consideration of my request, and ask that you please vote to pass. Thank you, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have, although taxation is not one of my strengths. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. We have a question from Representative Bickford.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon.
I think I asked this the other day of the other folks that presented their bills. If we took, I believe it was in the last session that we said we will exempt from tax all retirement up to the maximum amount of Social Security retirement that we currently don't tax. And we'll do it in increments, beginning with what is currently $10,000 and increasing it by $5,000 a year over 5 years until it maxes with Social Security. Would you be happy with something like that?
Sure, I think I would be personally, and I do believe that retirees, seeing that you're working on their behalf, would appreciate that as well. Certainly would like it all, Christmas comes but once a year, but we'll take any gift along the way we can get.
The reason I'm asking is because the fiscal note would be so cost prohibitive, it would never get anywhere if we just totally exempted everything. So
And
thank you
I
very
agree.
much.
Thank you. I know that fiscal note anything to do with the PERS system is significant. But thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Rafferty, for being here to present the bill. Appreciate it. Doesn't look like we have anybody signed up to speak in support of the bill. Avery or Representative Terry, if there's anybody in the waiting room that you know of that's here to speak in support of the bill or in opposition or neither for nor against.
Yeah, I believe Dr. Allen is here, but I don't have him on the registrant list, but Dr. Allen, you're still here. If you're interested in speaking to this, if not, we can certainly read your testimony.
Did you wish to present to speak on this bill, Dr. Allen?
Maybe we should consider it a no.
Yeah, so it looks like we don't have anybody else signed up to speak on the bill, so I guess we'll close the public hearing on LD 1413. And we will now go into open up the public hearing on LD 1355. This is sponsored by Senator Pouliot. Senator Pouliot still with us? Welcome back, Senator Pouliot.
Oh yeah, wouldn't miss it. Let's see, this is bill number 2 of 3 before this committee and 4 total today. So I'm supposed to be in transportation to present another bill, so I might have to hop out. Anyway,
you're in the right place.
This is LD 1355, which is an act to amend motor vehicle excise tax exemption for veterans who are disabled. I'm not going to read the whole testimony, and the constituent who was here to testify had to hop off to go to a doctor's appointment at 12. But essentially this would do a lot of what we did in the committee last week with the bill for motor vehicle excise tax exemptions, but he wants to make sure that this gets applied to all vehicles, not just cars. So handicap vans, SUVs, trucks, because he said that he spoke with a veteran who was an amputee and met the qualifications of the program, but was told by his town office he couldn't use it because it was for cars only and not trucks. So I suppose we could look into that and maybe make an amendment if necessary, but that's LD 1355.
Excellent. Any questions from members of the committee for the sponsor? Seeing no questions, thank you for presenting the bill. I will now hear a testimony from those in favor.
Representative Geiger is a co-sponsor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Representative Geiger, you're a co-sponsor of the bill, so go ahead and offer your testimony if you would.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Senate Chair Chipman, House Chair Terry, and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. I am speaking in favor of LD 1355, an act to amend the motor vehicle excise tax exemption for veterans who are disabled. Prior to being elected in November, this past November, to my first term as a House legislator, I worked as a nurse for the Togus VA medical system. I have, over the 6 years that I worked there, spoken with thousands of veterans, many with severe injuries. War takes a severe toll on the men and women who serve, and there are few who emerge unscathed. Their lives are often upended, and many struggle to reintegrate into domestic life. Those who have gone through the onerous process of being determined by the VA to be totally disabled are facing a future life with a restricted ability to work, for many a life of pain and suffering, and the loss of dreams they once had. As the daughter of a career Air Force military member who died while on active duty when I was a child, I have a special appreciation for the cost to veterans and their families when they serve their country and return injured. Their sacrifice lives long after their years in the military, and we owe them much, including the ability to live lives of dignity. Please support and vote ought to pass on LD 1355. The cost to Maine towns and cities will be small. The benefit to those veterans who are totally disabled will be large. It is a small way our communities and our state can continue to thank them for their service. I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and being with us today. It's good to see you. Before we continue, I'm going to pass things over to Representative Terry. I've got to go to the Transportation Committee myself, so I'm going to have to part ways, but we'll see everybody tomorrow and hand things over to Representative Terry.
And maybe hold off on Senator Pouliot's bill for just a minute in transportation.
Oh, has he got a bill over there? Okay.
He's got one more with us.
I'll
Yeah,
let
that
him know.
license plate bill, the
Oh,
vanity
yeah.
plate bill, yeah.
I'll let him know you're on your way. I'll let him know you'll be over soon.
Thanks.
We'll wrap it up quick for you, Senator
All right.
Pouliot. Okay, it looks as though we have no one else speaking, neither for nor against. Again, I urge the committee to read our testimony on the website. And this closes the hearing for LD 1355. Thank you both very much. Okay, so then I think the last one that we've got, let's see, is LD 1516, again, by our very own Senator Pouliot. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I think my constituent who had reached out about this is hopefully still with us.
Yes.
But this is an act to amend the property tax exemption for persons who are legally blind. And just for the record, I'm State Senator Matt Pouliot, represent Senate District 15. The bill amends the property tax exemption available to a resident of the state who is legally blind to exempt 10% of the just value of their residential real estate owned by the resident from the property tax. Current statute exempts up to the just value of $4,000 for those who are legally blind. According to the constituent who asked me to put this legislation in, the exemption has been at $4,000 since at least 1993. And since this time, as you know, the value of homes have gone up significantly. It's probably time that we have some kind of an increase to this exemption. Having the exemption be a percentage of the home value would allow the exemption to grow with the growth of home values without further amendment to the statute needed. This is a small but meaningful exemption that could make the difference between one being able to stay in their own home or have to go elsewhere. So I thank you for your consideration and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Representative Senator Pouliot? I swear I'll get it one of these days.
It's okay.
I do have one, if that's okay. Does this add to the regular property tax exemption, homestead exemption? And if so, and what is do you know what the reimbursement value is?
So this would piggyback the homestead exemption for folks who are legally blind.
And
it's currently it's $4,000, but this proposal would be to increase that to a percentage of the home's value.
And would it be reimbursed to the town, or what is the current reimbursement to the town? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. That's a great question.
Okay, we can maybe, Julie, can you grab that for us for the work session?
Of course, I would want it to be 100%.
I kind of figured. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much for presenting the bill to us, Senator Pouliot. And the next person up is Lynn Merrill from Augusta. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. We can't see you. If you have a camera, go ahead and throw it on. If not, it's okay too.
I didn't put the camera on. I purposefully left that off.
That's okay.
But thank you, Representative Terry and members of the Committee on Taxation. I am Lynn Merrill. I'm a resident of Augusta. I am a homeowner and I am blind. And I did submit testimony and I provided you with some statistics about the average home values over the years from 1940 all the way to the present. I know that this exemption was in effect in 1993, but I do believe that it was in effect decades before that. And as Senator Pouliot said, it is time for it to be refreshed a little bit. Right now, with the mean or average home value, this exemption provides about a 1.4% difference in our property tax amount that's assessed. Studies are indicating, and I'm sorry, I don't have the citations for those at the moment, that between the year 2010 and 2030, more than 50% or the number of adults who are legally blind will double. And of course, you know the statistics about Maine being the oldest state in the nation. So that equates to a high number of our older residents who may experience vision loss. So this exemption will be something very meaningful in allowing us to continue to stay in our homes rather than have to seek assistive living or impose on our families. We are quite capable and quite independent, but exemptions such as these do provide a very meaningful relief. I appreciate your allowing me to testify today, and I do hope that you will vote ought to pass on this, and I will remain to answer any questions that you might have.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Merrill. We appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions? All right, seeing none, you're free. No.
May I add one other comment?
Absolutely.
Okay, I bought my home about 7 years ago. And when I purchased it in Augusta, I applied for the exemption for blind persons. And our city clerk was very kind to suggest that I also complete the homestead exemption paperwork, and that they would hold it on file and enact it for me when it was time for that to become enacted.
Oh, that's terrific. And did they?
Yes, they did.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Speaks highly of the municipal office in Augusta.
Yes.
Terrific.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. Great. Good to hear. Very, very good to hear. Okay, we have nobody else on our, let me just double check though. I don't believe we have anybody else on our registration list that's here. Let me just check one more time. Avery, do we have Nicholas with us? Nicholas Guidas?
Oh, I think he left.
Okay. It's a long day. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Dr.
Okay,
Giudice
well,
did have to leave.
Oh, thank you. All right, that then concludes this public hearing on LD 1516. As it does conclude our work for today. Julie, do you have anything that you want to talk to us about?
No, except to wish everybody a happy May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
Excellent. Everybody go watch a Star Wars movie today.
Have a great day. I got to go to transportation.
Thanks, Matt. Good luck with your bill there. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning for a healthy day of public hearings.
At 9:30.
At 9:30, correct.
We're not used to that time.
Yes, well, that is true. We'll be here at 9:30. If anybody has any questions for the work session, just for all of these bills, just give Julie a buzz. Representative Kryzak, you have anything?
Did you say tomorrow? Yeah, did you say tomorrow's all public hearings?
Tomorrow is all public hearings at 9:30. We start at 9:30.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Terrific. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.